K98 Talk is expanding its lineup for 2015. This means we are expanding our advertising base. Whether you're a startup trying to push through to the next level or an established business trying to supplement your advertising budget, web-based advertising is a solid investment. Thanks to Talk's newest partnership with TuneIn Radio and instant access to our sister station, K98 FM, we give you worldwide access at a reasonable cost. Interested parties should email us at sales@k98fm.com. K98talk.com, a leader in internet radio. So grab your seatbelts and take the ride of your life on K98talk.com. K98talk.com, a leader in internet radio. So grab your seatbelts and take the ride of your life on K98talk.com.
Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. You and I have a rendezvous with destiny.
You know what time it is, so sit back and get ready for the Stafford Voice, your dose of conservative in a world of liberal.
3, 2, 1.
Hey, good evening, how you doing? I'm your host, Daniel Stafford, and you are, yes, listening to the Stafford Voice, where we are conservative in a world of liberal. And tonight, it's a 420 special. You know, it's a pot lover's holiday, and if you're not a pot lover or you're a boss in charge of some other people, tomorrow just may be National Surprise Drug Test Day. But I'm not advocating for that. Look, before we get into any of that good fun stuff that we're going to talk about tonight, we've got a ton of stuff right now. Tonight we've got a ton of stuff to cover, and I hope that we're going to be able to bring it to you. But before we get into that, I want you to know that wherever you're at, set this channel as a favorite. Hit that button, whatever you got to do so you don't get left behind. And if for some strange, crazy reason you do miss the show, well, shame on you. But you can catch the replay, so just sit tight. There is no need to panic. I've got you. So, in the case you are not already following on social media, you can find me on the Twitters at Stafford Voice. Look me up as well on Facebook at The Stafford Voice. You can follow Polititainment as well, or any of the other hosts. Also, to stay up to date with anything and everything that we like to talk about, you can either do so, that some of the stuff that I talk about, every now and then, some of the deeper stuff that not a lot of people are afraid to say, that, you know, maybe it's good for you to hear every now and then. You can catch it over at thestaffordvoice.com. But all of the more relevant news and information you'll probably find over at polititainment.net. Also, make sure that you give some love to the station. K98 Talk has openly embraced everybody here on the Polititainment crew. I mean, we've been able to, even the new show, The Right Angle, on Tuesdays. You know, those guys are, you just got to check them out. That's all I've got to say. I'm not going to throw out any spoilers. Just make sure you send some love to the station. Okay, now, you know, I've got this little montage that I want to play for you. And, you know, it's going to kind of set the tone here for the next few minutes. And while it's playing, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get my brownies ready because, damn it, I got the munchies. Like, you know what. So let's just sit back, let's laugh and giggle here for a few minutes, and then let's talk about legalizing marijuana, yes or no.
I spoke 2 joints in the morning, I spoke 2 joints at night. the time of war. I smoked 2 joints before I smoked 2 joints, and then I smoked 2 more.
You know, when I was a kid, I inhaled frequently. That was the point.
Hey, 'cause I got high, because I got high, because I got high. La da 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 da.
Is that a joint, man? That goddamn looks like a quarter pounder, man. Led Zeppelin.
Hey, be careful with that shit, man.
Is it heavy stuff, man? Will it blow me away?
Better put your seatbelt on, man. I'll tell you that much.
I've been smoking since I was born, man. I could smoke anything, man. You know, like I smoked that Michoacan, man, Acapulco Gold, man. I even smoked that tight stick, you know?
Tight stick?
Yeah, you know, that stuff is tied to a stick, you know?
Yeah, tight stick.
Yeah, that didn't even do nothing to me, man. I could probably smoke this whole joint, man, and still walk away, man. Wouldn't be no problem at all, man.
Talk it up, man.
Do nothing.
Kind of grabs you by the boo-boo, don't it?
Hey, man.
What?
What? Oh. What's in this shit, man?
Mostly Maui Wowie, man.
Yeah?
But it's got some Labrador in it.
What's Labrador?
It's dog.
What?
Yeah, my dog ate my stash, man. I had it on the table and the little motherfucker ate it, man.
Yeah?
So I had to follow him around the little baggie for 3 days before I got it back.
Who's got the herb? Is what the young boys ask me. Who's got the herb? And then the elders.
Okay, I'm sorry, but you cannot have a talk about legalizing marijuana, yes or no, without referring to the good old buddies from Cheech and Chong. You know, Cheech Marin and Tommy Chong, absolutely hysterical dudes. I mean, I grew up watching those guys, and, you know, I don't know how many times I've seen that clip this weekend, but it's absolutely I can't even. Listen, not to mention these brownies are good, but listen, this really is I think it really is kind of a thing that we need to really talk about, because look, I can throw out the stats. This is one of those things that I had asked you. I asked you guys last week to take part in our Polititainment poll, and 73% of you guys said yes to legalizing marijuana. Now, I kind of I dug a little deeper, and I'll throw out the stats for you. You know, among millennials, now this was even from Pew Research, so you can take these numbers however you want. But among millennials, 68% support legalizing marijuana. Among those, the Generation X, 52%. 52% say yes. 7 in 10 believe alcohol is more harmful. You could probably count me among one of those that would say alcohol is more harmful. Now, let's look at the Colorado model, because that's something that a lot of people would probably point you to. They're going to say, well, look at Colorado. What's happening in Colorado? Well, from 2011 to 2013, there was a 57% increase in marijuana-related emergency room visits. Some of these, again, these are statistics. These statistics actually came from a study group out of Colorado. So I don't know. these numbers may be a little skewed. I don't know. I wish I would have looked to see who a little more into the group that actually conducted this study. But again, from 2011 to 2013, there was a 57% increase in marijuana-related emergency room visits. Hospitalizations related to marijuana has increased 82% since 2008. Drug-related student suspensions and expulsions increased 32%. I don't know about you, but that alone is a little alarming. Sorry, I'm still trying to chow down on some brownie. But here's the thing. I've been around marijuana a long time. Now, what I'm about to tell you is somewhat confidential, but yes, I grew up around marijuana. And before I get too far into it, I need to make mention to my dad out there, because I know he's probably listening. Tomorrow is his birthday. So happy birthday, Pops. Love you big. You are rock solid. You are a rock solid star in my life. I owe many, many thanks to you and your support. So I hope that you have a very blessed birthday tomorrow. And I throw that out there because I was talking with my dad about this throughout the week. Whether we should legalize marijuana. He kind of gave me a different perspective. Immediately, he said, no, don't do it. And he kind of threw me off guard because I was expecting him to say yes. And I had talked to a few other people who I knew were there were a few recreational users that I had talked to who have since cleaned up. And immediately their answer was absolutely not. Do not do it. Well, the thing that I found interesting was once we actually started getting into it and asking them, okay, well, let's slow down about this and let's think, why are you saying absolutely not, no way, no how? And their answer would be, well, it's because I know its effects. I know what it does. In the case of one person, they said that actually things were a little more clearer for them. The other person said that they didn't like the way that it. So they looked at, two different opposing views, but in the end, I think we wound up coming to the same conclusion, and that was, maybe this is something that we should do. If you look at this from the standpoint of, okay, well, we have legalized cigarettes, tobacco cigarettes. We've legalized marijuana. I have, again, been around marijuana smokers almost my whole life. And it is nowhere near harmful as what I've seen alcohol do to other people. I've been around alcoholics. I've been around drug users. And for the most part, those on marijuana, many people wouldn't even know. You really wouldn't. If you didn't know exactly what to look for, you probably wouldn't even know that they were. And matter of fact, a lot of people that you see today walking down the street or even in your own office very well may be recreational users. And it's just they're able to hide it from from the majority of people. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I think if you look at it from the standpoint of cigarettes, how many different chemicals are in one single cigarette? How many? I can't name them. There are chemicals in there that are so long that, hell, it takes more letters in the alphabet to spell out half of these things. Some of them even look like they got hieroglyphics and Chinese characters that make them up. So who is to say that marijuana is worse? I mean, after all, marijuana, for the most part, despite the fact that over the years, marijuana has gotten more potent. That's the thing to look at is, yes, over the years, marijuana has gotten more potent, but have cigarettes not gotten worse? Hey, how many high schools do you go by how many high schools do you go by these days and there's a large population smoking cigarettes? I'm sorry, but there's a little something of, well, marijuana is a natural substance. It just happens to be something that can alter your senses. And I'm not even getting into the medical side of things. That's a little more personal here in just a second. But look at a cigarette. How many different chemicals make up a cigarette when you're smoking it and you're breathing those things into your lungs? These are chemicals made up. I mean, nobody really knows. I mean, you look, cigarettes cause cancer. There is no doubt about that cigarettes will cause cancer and can cause cancer. You look at the effects of alcohol. How many times does somebody get into an automobile and under the influence? Maybe it was just 3 or 4 beers. You feel okay. You get behind that wheel, and the next thing you know, you have a life sentence knowing that you killed someone else, albeit an accident, but it's the consequence to the actions that you just did in partaking of alcohol. I'm not saying that drinking alcohol is bad or good. What I'm saying is there's so many different consequences. Personally, I don't drink, I don't smoke, I stay away from all of that stuff. I saw time after time the effects of these things, and it was something that I didn't want in my life. There was a time that before I found God that I did partake in alcohol, maybe in excess a few times, that opened my eyes every time I did. And it said, you need to stay away from me because I'm a really bad thing. Really, really bad. So, luckily, I took heed to that counsel, got away from it. I didn't like who I was. Nevertheless, luckily, I did find God, and through His miraculous saving grace, I have never touched the stuff since. But let's look at this also from a medical standpoint. Again, this goes back to a more personal story that, as you guys know, many of you longtime listeners know that my mother suffered from breast cancer. it was something that took 9 years of her life, and ultimately after 9 years, it did take her life. However, because of marijuana, she was able to have somewhat of an appetite at times. Through many, many chemo treatments, radiation treatments, man, that stuff really takes a toll on your body. And when somebody says, look, the pain is just too much, I need help, will you go out and find me a joint? You want to. You will do what it takes in order to bring a little bit of comfort. So you look at this from a medical standpoint and look at how many different, I'm not a doctor, I don't know, but how many different things, how many different illnesses can we help by using advancements in the marijuana industry? We're going to call it an industry because whether you like it or not, it's probably going to wind up being legal. It's going to take some time. I don't lean to one side of the fence or not. I'm on the side of the fence that says, let's legalize it. And I'll tell you why. Because I don't want the government involved in it. The only way that they should ever be involved in it is probably only to collect taxes. Same reason why alcohol is okay in the open market, and the same thing with cigarettes. If you're willing to take upon yourself those known risks, slam down a beer, throw down a shot, light one up, you know the consequences, and yet you still do them. Who am I, or who is the government to say they know any better than anybody else? If you want to smoke a joint in your house, feel free. Now, what I worry is when the government does get involved, and here in the next 2 years maybe, you're going to, can you remember back when Barack Obama said hey, listen, if you like your health care plan, you can keep your health care plan. Imagine if he started advocating for the legalization of marijuana. Listen up. I want to be clear. If you like your dealer, you can, you know what? Let me in on him because I got no stash. You can, if you like your dealer, you can keep your dealer. Seriously? Can you imagine if it was legal to smoke marijuana that Obama would be in the White House? Hey, Michelle, bring me some brownies. You know, some of them brownies you can't give the kids at school. You give them cardboard pizza, I want some brownies. Yeah, that's the same freaking crap that would happen. Oh, good heavens. I don't know all the ins and outs, and I'll give you my opinion. I think that we should probably legalize marijuana, throw a tax on it, because people are going to smoke it whether it's legal or not. People have guns whether it's legal for them to have them or not. They really don't care. But you know what? We're going to take a short little break, and when we come back, I'm going to give you an update about ISIS and Mexican drug cartels. So stay tuned. I am your host, Daniel Stafford, here on Stafford Voice. We'll be right back.
keep your health care plan. This is the most transparent administration in history. Not even a smidgen of corruption.
Fact is, we had 4 dead Americans. What difference at this point does it make?
If you got a business, you didn't build that.
The feeling most people get when they hear a Barack Obama speech, I felt this thrill going up my leg. I don't have that too often.
Steady.
It's time to hear the truth about America's biggest challenges. Ricky Robinson, host of America Off the Rails, will tackle the important issues facing America today as he tries to keep America from coming off the track. Get ready to hear the truth every Monday through Friday starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 Central, and on Saturdays at 12 p.m. Eastern and 11 Central here on K98Talk.com and the Spark Radio Network.
Welcome to the face. Welcome to the face of the new democracy.
Good day to you. As a distinguished gentleman, I need a serious source of news. One that doesn't waste my time when I'm enjoying my tea and crumpets.
White powdered! White powdered!
One that catches the most important stories of the day.
The poop plane.
Was it jet poop? Real serious nonsense. Mondays, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, now on K98 Talk.
I'm gonna just move in another direction towards the classy.
We'll be classy and not say dildo.
They're completely different.
Back when he was in grade school, the only crayons he ever cared about were the red one, the white one, and the blue one.
The Stafford Voice.
All right, we are back. Wow, I didn't even finish my brownie, so you guys are going to have to stick with me here for just a second. Wow, man, I still got the munchies. I got the munchies and I don't even smoke weed. Anyway, you guys know I like food. Man, sorry, I got the giggles. You know, I was thinking earlier, I need to come up with some new music. Have you guys are probably older than I am. Have you guys heard of that old rock group, the Rolling Stone? I don't know. I just heard them the other day. But either way, whatever. Okay. Now, before the break, I told you that I was going to give you an update on ISIS and Mexican drug cartels. How the heck do they even go together? Well, okay, get this. So, a week or two ago, we found out that ISIS was only a few miles away from our southern border. I think it was like 8 miles. Well, now the report coming out, and if you want to read a little more into this, you can head over to judicialwatch.org. They are on top of this. They are reporting that ISIS is working hand in hand with Mexican drug cartels to be able to infiltrate our southern border. And some of what they're saying is, I'm quoting this directly from their report. They say that a high-level intelligence source, who must remain anonymous for safety reasons, confirmed that the meeting was conveyed specifically to address a press strategy to deny Judicial Watch's accurate reporting and identify who is providing information to Judicial Watch. They go on to... So what they're saying is there's a handful of people out there trying to deny what they are reporting, and even the U.S. and Mexico are denying that these Islamic terrorists are operating south of the border. But we know that they are, because there's enough people that are supporting each other's stories. And I'm trying to find here. Wow, I can't find it. And maybe it's up here. Anyway, so they're reporting that the Mexican drug cartels because they know how to come across the border, that what's happening is they know how to smuggle people. And they know how to smuggle drugs. They know how to smuggle so many different things down there on the border. And so ISIS is asking for their help. Not really asking, but probably demanding. I mean, can you imagine what would happen if ISIS really got into it against the drug cartel? Okay, so I think I found this. They're saying... Mexican intelligence sources report that ISIS intends to exploit the railways and airport facilities in the vicinity of Santa Teresa, New Mexico. The sources also say that ISIS has quote-unquote spotters located in the East Potrillo Mountains of New Mexico. So there are plenty of sightings of people with ties to Islamic State, and also they're trying to confirm and really set in stone that yes, they are working with the Juarez cartel. So yeah, that's extremely frightening. It really is. When you look at how weak our southern border is, you wonder really what is going on out there. Oh, I don't know about you, but you guys got to stay vigilant. And unfortunately, we're going to take our last break here for just a short little bit. You're listening to Daniel Stafford, host of the Stafford Voice on K98 Talk. We'll be right back.
K98 Talk is expanding its lineup for 2015. This means we are expanding our advertising base. Whether you're a startup trying to push through to the next level or an established business trying to supplement your advertising budget, web-based advertising is a solid investment. Thanks to Talk's newest partnership with TuneIn Radio and instant access to our sister station, K98 FM, we give you worldwide access at a reasonable cost. Interested parties should email us at sales@k98fm.com.
Hey everybody, this is Jason, host of According to Me. I'd like to invite you to check out my show. It's a 2-hour show that lasts 60 minutes in...
Listen, I hate to interrupt, but one thing I can do is read off a script. Just say, let me be clear a lot. It works.
President Obama, I can handle this. It's a radio promo. I'm not green. I've done this before.
Did someone say green?
Now, Al Gore is here. Listen, I'm just trying to record a radio promo. Do you mind?
Now, do you say good things about me on the show?
No, not at all. But if it makes you feel any better, I rip on Republicans just as much.
The AM radio frequencies give off very high levels of radiation.
Look, my show is on the internet, which you invented. Can I just do my promo?
I got a pen. I can veto that, you know.
I know you got a pen. It's not a law. It's a radio promo. Listen, just listen to my show. Barack Obama and Al Gore hate it, so you're going to love it.
Here's an executive order. Don't listen to his show. He doesn't like me. He's racist. And he doesn't recycle either.
That's it. I'm done. It's According to Me, Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern, right here. We've done the research. He is the long-lost brother of Flava Flav. The Stafford Boys, boy!
All right, we are back. You know, I want to remind you guys how much I love to read. I really do. Last week we didn't have class or any homework throughout the week, and it was awesome. I was able to finally pick up a book and get started, and unfortunately I couldn't finish. But you know that I am always on the go, and you know how difficult it is for me to be able to stop, slow down, and grab a book. And just like you. Well, because I don't have a lot of time to slow down and read, I do have a smartphone, I've got a tablet, I've also got a subscription to Audible.com. You could be driving, cutting the grass, going to the bathroom. Oh, don't tell my wife that's why I use her tablet all the time, because she'd get really upset. Anyway, look, you can be driving to go get groceries, whatever, doing the laundry. Get caught up on all the great books you want to read, but you can't. And if you're like me and you love to read, but you don't have the time, go and get a subscription to Audible.com. And as you sign up, make sure you know this awesome deal. Because, listen, as a listener to the Polititainment crew, you're going to get 30 days, no strings attached trial to Audible. You also get a free book, and since it is part of Amazon, listen, there are hundreds and thousands of books to choose from. Yes, even all of the new releases. There's only two ways for you to get this deal. You can either go to Polititainment.net and click the little banner, which pretty much does all the work for you, or you can go to audibletrial.com/Polititainment and you can get signed up over there. So that's all you have to do. I would suggest going to Polititainment.net, clicking the little banner. It is way easier and way faster to get signed up and to be able to take advantage of this great deal. You will thank us. If you are on the go and you love to read, you will wonder where your life has been without Audible.com. I mean, it's great. One of the things I like to read is I like to read about history. And one of the things that I've started over the last week or so was on this day in history. Listen, I don't want to tell you that today was Hitler's birthday. I don't care if it was Hitler's birthday. Here are a couple of things that I think is really cool. And to be quite honest, they actually kind of go together. Yes, they're 10 years apart, but listen, check this out. In 1861, on this day in history, Robert E. Lee resigned from the U.S. Army. Now, he was a top graduate of the U.S. Military Academy. He was a combat engineer in the United States Army, and he was in the Army for 32 years. Very, very good career in the military. I mean, he was a good guy. A little, kind of wishy-washy on a few things, but overall, great soldier. Now, when Virginia declared its secession from the Union in April, Lee, he chose to follow his home state. He was from Virginia, and despite his personal desire to keep for the country to remain intact, he still went and fought for Virginia, and he left the Army. Well, once he took command of the Confederate Army, he soon emerged as this shrewd tactician. He won almost all of his battles. He was an incredible battlefield commander. Everybody knew that he was fighting a far superior Union army. Well, eventually on April 9th in 1865, he surrendered to Ulysses S. Grant at Appomattox Courthouse. He surrendered, and the rest is, as they say, history. Well, here's where this next story comes into play, because it involves Ulysses S. Grant. In 1871, the Ku Klux Act was passed by Congress. Now, this act was passed by Congress during the Reconstruction era, and it was signed into law by none other than President Ulysses S. Grant. He had asked for this legislation, and it was passed within just 1 month of it being asked for. Well, the reason why was because of all of the reports that he was getting from all of these racial threats down in the South, particularly in South Carolina. He felt that he needed the authority to be able to effectively intervene and slow things down and take control. Well, after this passed, he had the power that he needed, and it was actually power to both suppress the state and to suspend the right of habeas corpus. There were a handful of times where he had to use this authority, and as a result of it, sorry, I got something in my eye, and I cannot figure out what it is. Yes, I know it's my eyeball, but it's a foreign object. So as a result of him taking action, the first era of what we would call the KKK was completely dismantled and did not resurface until the first part of the 20th century. So a little interesting. I thought that two things relevant on this day in history actually were connected. You know, that Lee left the army and he wound up fighting against Grant and ultimately surrendered to him. It was really cool. I thought it was. Now, here's another one that I think we probably need to talk about. I don't want to spend too much time on this. I don't want to call her a bimbo. I don't want to spend too much time on this person because, yeah. But I want to update you. Last week, for our Who Said That, was Gwyneth Paltrow. Gwyneth Paltrow decided that she was going to partake in a food stamps challenge. She was going to see what it was like to live off of $29 of food. If you happen to see the tweet that she sent out of the food that she bought, you will wonder what the hell she was thinking. I'm still trying to figure it out. But check this out. Here's the disconnect. And this right here is an example of Hillary Clinton's disconnect. You know, when she goes out and tries to go to Chipotle and order a burrito and then get fussy because nobody at Chipotle recognized her, well, Gwyneth Paltrow obviously thought that nobody would notice. Well, all eyes were on Gwyneth after she sent that tweet out. Everybody wanted to watch her fail. Well, here's the update. This is what she says. As I suspected, we only made it through about 4 days when I personally broke and had some chicken and fresh vegetables. And in full transparency, half a bag of black licorice. Yeah. Like, oh my God, everybody, I need some chicken and some black licorice, okay? Speaking of black licorice, man, yeah, I could go for some black licorice right now. Anyway, so she also says, quote, "My perspective has been forever altered by how difficult it was to eat wholesome, nutritious food on that budget, even for just a few days. A challenge that 47 million Americans face every day, week and year." Now, this isn't to mention that we knew that she was going to fail at this, because just a day or two after she accepted the challenge, she was snapped at a restaurant in L.A. with her rumored boyfriend, who will remain nameless because he's a freaking joke, just like she is. But seriously, this is the disconnect that they have. You go to a posh LA restaurant wearing a $200 pair of pants. Listen, you just accepted a damn challenge on food stamps. The last thing you need to do is put on a $200 pair of pants and go out to eat. Not everybody on food stamps can afford to go out and have a $1,000 or $2,000 dinner. Now, in case you really did want to know, her rumored boyfriend, who I could really care less, Glee co-founder Brad Falchuk, or Falchuk. I don't even, these fancy Hollyweird names. It's, yeah, I mean, I don't know, I guess he's created this some show where everybody's really happy. Whatever. Anyway. Anyway. Yeah, it's just, I'm sorry, but the parallels between this and Hillary Clinton are just uncanny. I mean, the fact that Hillary Clinton goes out on this little what they call the Scooby bus or Scooby van and tries to act like common folk is besides me. It's completely unreasonable for her to, I mean, it's head scratching, really. I mean, have you noticed that there was also a time where they're on her little Scooby van tour where she had to stop and she was parked in a handicapped spot because she is so entitled that she needs to park that close. Maybe she thought that she was being shot at by snipers or something, like she was when she got off the plane over wherever the heck she was, over in BFE. Anyway. Oh, good heavens. You know what? You know what time it is? It's time for another episode of Who Said That? Yes, that's right. Once a week, we will bring to you our little segment called Who Said That? Where we find somebody out there who is literally too stupid to insult. Look, they couldn't even pour out they couldn't even pour out the piss in their own boot if the instructions were on the heel of it. Okay? They are that stupid. It doesn't matter whether you are Republican or Democrat, Libertarian, Conservative, left or right. It doesn't matter. We will call you out. And this week is no different.
The truth of the matter is that for a lot of millennials, young people, diverse America, as you said, people haven't brought this issue up so far today, but the fact of the matter is that the Republican field still looks like an intolerant field.
Right.
And we saw that during what was going on with Indiana and this religious right bill that's really just an anti-gay bill. Young Americans are going to walk into the polls, walk to the booth, and ask themselves, am I going to vote for discrimination or am I not going to vote for discrimination? And that is one of the reasons why the GOP continues to struggle to win the general election, because they keep holding on to this image and politics of discrimination and exclusion and not inclusion.
Particularly on immigration.
Okay. That was from ABC Sundays this week. That was Elsie Granderson, who says that the field so far for 2016's GOP field looks like an intolerant field, and how you're either going to, how did he put it? You're either going to vote for racism or not, or some crap like that. Whatever. He's an idiot. An absolute moron for coming up with a statement like that. The fact of the matter is this. He is part of the party and in support of the party who continues to perpetuate race and make it an issue. Who came up with the Ku Klux Klan? It was Democrats. Do you remember back, the president who fought to free the slaves? That guy was a Republican. He wasn't a Democrat. The only people who are out there continuing to perpetuate this ignorance that race is what's slowing down and that this guy's a complete freaking moron. I don't even want to continue to talk about him because he's literally that stupid, and I don't even want to. He's too stupid to insult. I could go on and on for a couple of more minutes about him, but why waste your breath? I can't tell which end he's talking out of, whether he's talking out of the top or the bottom. Probably the bottom, because that's probably where he houses his brain. Either way, we've got to continue to hold these people accountable. I don't care where you're at, what you're doing, whether you're listening to liberals or conservatives, Republicans or Democrats. I don't care if you're right down the middle. You need to hold these people accountable, because these people out there are continuing to slow things down and hold you back. They don't want... Hillary Clinton out there, for instance, is saying how she is the leader of the... She wants to be the champion of the middle class. How in the heck can you be the champion of the middle class when for the last, 10, 12 years, you've been out begging for money around the world as part of the Clinton initiative? How many billions of dollars do you have? How many millions of dollars did you get for a failed book deal that hardly sold any copies at all? Nobody cares about you. They want you to go away. The same with people with Bush, with Krispy Kreme. The same with, oh God, these. I can tell by looking at the time that it would probably be best that we get out of here for the evening before we wind up stepping on our own tongue. And please do us a favor. Please head over to Polititainment.net and check out the cool swag that we've got. There are a couple of shirts over there that you can help support us with. Also, look, you've got to hold these people to the fire. Hold their feet to the fire. You put these people in office, and now it's time to make them accountable. It falls on you. And, you know, sadly, that's all the time we have for this week. And God willing, the Stafford Voice, I, your host, Daniel Stafford, will be back next week. You can follow me on Twitter at Stafford Voice. Look me up on Twitter at Stafford Voice, or on Facebook as well. Email your questions or comments to daniel@polititainment.net. Thank you so much for your time today, and until next week, thanks and God bless.
Before we get this podcast started, we want to let you in on a little something. If you shop on Amazon like, everybody, instead of going straight to Amazon.com to do your shopping, do your friends at Polititainment a favor. You see, Polititainment.net is an Amazon partner. So here's what that means if you want to shop on Amazon. Instead of going to Amazon.com directly, go to Polititainment.net. You'll see an Amazon banner at the top of the page. You click on that banner, and it takes you to Amazon. You buy stuff like always, but a portion of everything you buy goes to Polititainment. Shop on Amazon and help us grow at the same time. Again, just go to Polititainment.net and click on the Amazon banner at the top of the page. Now, enjoy the show.
This should be played at high volume, preferably in a residential area.
20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9.
Joining me at this time is radio talk show host and conservative media lightning rod Jason DeWilkins.
I appreciate you, brother, for having me.
Dude, I'm about to start seriously calling you my brother from another mother, because you are saying the same things that I've been saying.
In this hour, you will be informed, entertained, and possibly offended. From the Kensington Place Studios, it's time for According to Me.
Today is Earth Day, folks. And our planet is in peril. From the Kensington Place Studios, this is According to Me, Barack Obama and John Boehner's second most hated internet radio program, the 2-hour show that lasts 60 minutes. And it's days like this every year where it is our time to not only save our Earth, but reflect on what little time we have left. Let's just be honest. But while you're still here with me on the Earth we keep destroying, you can follow me on Twitter at ATM_show. That is ATM_SHOW, where you get a slice of common sense conservatism and ADHD in 140 characters less. And also, while you're on the interwebs and on the social media networks, you can also check me out on Facebook. Go to facebook.com/accordingtomeshow. Click like. Also, follow us on Twitter, by the way. I'm going all over the place this evening. I'm sorry. At Polititainment on Twitter. Also, like the Polititainment Facebook page as well. And you can go to Polititainment.net, where you can get all types of great articles from great folks, great contributors, the podcast, the merchandise. It's dope on Polititainment.net. So definitely make sure that you check that out. And do that soon, because, again, we know what's at stake when it comes to the fragile ecosystem known as our planet and what we're doing. And, you know, I kind of look at Earth Day, if you really think about it, as kind of like celebrating like your 85-year-old grandparents' birthday. You know, I mean, you wouldn't miss it for the world, but you never know. I mean, this could be the last time you're able to celebrate with them, you know? I mean, that's how we should really look at it every Earth Day, because it's just a matter of time. We've been told that, and when you think about that, it makes me really sad, you know? Really, really kind of little lump in the throat there, get a little choked up here when I start thinking of the condition of our planet. And you know, when I think of sad songs, a way to really pull at the heartstrings of listeners and people who are paying attention is, you know, the Sarah McLachlan, like, endangered or abused puppies and animal commercial that just makes you want to like bawl your eyes out. And I don't care if you're man, woman, or child. You're like, oh, that doggy, right? And you hear, I will remember you. Well, when it comes to Earth Day, I feel it's just as sad.
I will remember you. Will you remember me? Don't let your life pass you by. Weep not for the memory.
If you recycle more, there won't be more toxins.
In order to be at peace in our world today, it has to include being at peace with our Earth.
Climate is weather over time, and as time marches on, the climate has changed, thus climate change.
Just because it snows in winter doesn't mean the planet isn't getting warmer.
So I just want to introduce the idea that the strong winds that we had in Southern California, these could be connected to climate change.
The entire North Polar ice cap during summer months could be completely ice-free within the next 5 to 7 years.
Fossil fuels we burn are setting off a chain of dangerous weather patterns that could condemn future generations to global catastrophe. We see the effects of global climate change in our communities and around the world, in record drought, famine, forest fires. Hurricanes and tornadoes and typhoons are growing in intensity, and rapidly melting ice sheets in Antarctica and Greenland. It could raise the global sea levels high enough to swallow up large portions of every coastal city and town around the world.
Weep not for the memory.
It's a reality we have to face, folks. And so, on this Earth Day, we are going to discuss recycling, climate change, and give it the full according to me treatment by giving you all the information you need to know, because we need to pay attention to recycling and to the ills of our planet. And what better day to do it than on Earth Day? When I knew that my show, which is now on every Wednesday, is like 3-4 weeks ago, was on Earth Day, I was like, oh, thank goodness. Because it's right up there with Christmas for me. But I'll say this. On days like this, you look at, Al Gore, for example, who, is the climate czar. And he goes out there and tells you all the ills of the world. And he had like a live audio stream today. I haven't even got a chance to really listen to it, but it's still going live. They're looping it. And I figured we'd break into that really quick so you can hear. I don't really know what he was talking about, but he dedicated like hours of his day today to discuss climate change. And we'll go to just a live feed of it. Again, they've been looping it all day on YouTube, so we'll just go to a live feed. Hello, it's Al Gore, and today is Earth Day. In fact, for 45 years, we've celebrated this day to celebrate our Mother Earth, that is. And as many of you know, I've led the way in telling everyone about the grave dangers we face as a planet and sharing around the world an inconvenient truth. See, most know climate change leads to sweeping weather patterns, sea levels rising, and certain extinction of animals in their natural habitats. But folks, I'm sorry to say that this is just simply the tip of the practically melted iceberg when it comes to the damage we are causing our planet and fragile ecosystem. And so I figured on Earth Day, I'd share with you a list of things that over the last decade have been caused by climate change. Number 1, the death of aspen trees in the West. Now see, aspen trees grow around the Rocky Mountains, and about 45% of them are gone. Why? Due to drought, insect infestations, and wildfires caused by climate change. We're talking 46 million acres of trees. That's the size of Colorado that's missing due to the way we treat our planet. Number 2, incredibly shrinking sheep. That's right, folks. Over the last 30 years, sheep have decreased in size due to not having to add as much fat to survive those long winter months that no longer exist. On top of that, they don't produce as much wool because they don't necessarily need it to survive the cold winter time, which not only increases the price of wool, but also makes sheep smaller. Number 3. All right, I can't listen to this anymore. I'm not going to listen to Al Gore for the rest of the day, just go into this diatribe of what's going on with the planet. Not going to do it. But, maybe we'll check in later on the show and see what Al Gore is talking about. But I will say this. I mean, he does have a point. It is time to take action. And I have 4 children. And I want to make sure that the earth is around for my children and my children's children and my children's 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 children and then their children who have children and their children's children. Because that's what's important to me and what should be important to all of us. And I vow to do something. I'm going to do something about this. Enough lip service. I want to save the planet. And I want to help listeners like you understand what we all can do. Because if we want to save the planet, it's simple. We don't recycle. Yeah, that's right. Let me let that sink in a little bit. If we want to save the planet and actually do more good than harm, we don't recycle. Because, see, the entire recycling hippy-dippy bullcrap started, the hippy-dippy baloney, started in the early 70s, late 60s, early 70s. And really what started was the sad Indian commercial. You remember seeing this. I remember seeing replays of this as a kid. But you remember this commercial, right?
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it.
And then you look at the Indian, and he has a tear running down his cheek because he's crying because like somebody on the highway threw like a Burger King, bag and a bunch of crap exploded all over his moccasins. And of course, this was right after he was rowing in on his canoe, like in New York or something. Because you totally see that. Even in the 70s, that happened all the time. They have the crying, sad Indian. This was once my land being destroyed by the crazy white man and their littering ways. So that's what started kind of the whole lunacy around recycling as a whole, and it kind of gained more and more traction. And the reason why it really has gained a lot of traction is for a couple of different reasons, and we're going to break those down. But one of the main things you saw in the 80s was, look, we're running out of landfill space. In 1989, a third of our nation's landfills are going to be full at that point is what they thought. So in the early 80s, they said, look, by 89, a third of our landfills are going to be completely full. We're totally screwed if we don't do something now right away. We need to recycle because not only do we need to reduce what we have in our landfills, but we have a finite amount of resources, and we need to make sure that we recycle those resources. We can't also lead to acid rain in the 80s and all this pollution. And so if we recycle and we have less pollution and we'll take care of our earth, we won't have as much in the landfill, and it all sounds like it makes sense. Our kids are told right away at a young age in school of, hey, recycling's great, love the earth, we need to recycle. And you have kids who are practically immediately in kindergarten taught about the great portions of recycling that really help our Mother Earth and really make sure that everyone's doing their part. Well, it's time for me to do my part, time for you to do yours. And the easiest way to do that is to discuss why you should no longer recycle. Now, wait a minute. Again, I thought it was great. I mean, how could it be a bad thing? And, okay, let's say for some reason it doesn't have an environmental impact. It does, right? But let's say for some reason, Jason, at the end of your show, you're going to tell me it's pointless and so on and so forth. It makes me feel good to recycle. It makes me feel that I'm doing the right thing. I feel happy at the end of recycling all of my trash throughout the week. Great. You know what else makes people happy? Unprotected sex. You know what else makes people happy? Cocaine. You know what else makes people happy? A gallon of ice cream with Nutella all over it. Does that mean you should do it because it makes you feel good? Is that what we've resorted to now? Well, I mean, if it makes you feel good about yourself, then go ahead and do it. Great! I'm going to do an 8-ball during the middle of the show here, folks, because it makes me feel good. But let's go to the finite amount of resources we have. And let's address those, okay? Let's look at aluminum, for example. And I think this is an important one to look at because the only thing, really, when it comes to recycling that you can claim that should be recycled, and more importantly, makes sense for everyone, is aluminum. Because there's actual value to aluminum. Which is why when you recycle aluminum, you actually get paid to do it. I know, it's crazy. Which asks the question, what you're always told is there's so much value in the products you're recycling. There's so much money in recycling, not only for companies, but for people who recycle. There's so much money in it. Really? Then why aren't we being paid to recycle plastics and paper and glass? No, why just aluminum? That's because aluminum has, again, value to it, which is why you actually would recycle it. But the problem is, you're not paid to do it. But $8 billion of your taxpayer dollars is going to recycling here in the United States. Now, $8 billion when we piss money away like we do as a country is a drop in the bucket. But I digress. And so the popular thing to say, like my libertarian hippie friend says a lot, was, look, you're already paying for it. It's all, the can's already there. You're already paying for this yellow and blue ugly-ass can to be here. You may as well use it, right? Okay. Well, again, by that definition, hell, my tax dollars are going to pay for abortion, and even though I disagree with it, I mean, hell, we may as well get a couple of them while we're at it, right? Because, I mean, I'm already paying for it. I guess even if I disagree with it, possibly, it doesn't matter. You're already paying for it, so why do you care? But again, I'm paid to recycle aluminum because there's actual value in what's recycled. But the other stuff I'm not paid for because there's no value. I'm not. It makes sense for recycling companies, and it makes sense for consumers because, quite frankly, it is more inexpensive to take the actual raw aluminum cans or things of those natures that you can recycle and turn into new aluminum instead of mining for new aluminum. It is a lot less cost or a lot less costly in that instance. That one exception is the only reason that recycling typically makes sense. Now, I know what you're saying. You're going, well, that doesn't make sense. I mean, what about paper, right? We've been beat over the head to death for decades about recycling paper and how great it is to make sure that we do that. Well, let's dig into paper, shall we? Because, you know, I mean, if we use recycled paper, we're going to reduce chopping down trees and deforestation and knocking down all of these trees, which house all these beautiful animals that are now in danger because we have to have our paper and yada, 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 yada. 87% of paper comes from trees, that's right, that are raised for the sole purpose of paper production. That's right. Now, the U.S., for example, we harvest about 15 million acres of forest every year for paper. 15 million acres for paper every year. That sounds awful. It really does. But we're planting 22 million acres of trees every year to replace the 15 million acres we're using for paper production. So more recycling actually will reduce the demand for these forests. So instead of an extra 7 million acres of trees that we're planting because we think we may need this paper, if we keep recycling all the paper, maybe those 7 million acres of trees will just turn into a condominium. Let's just put those up because people aren't using paper anymore, so it works out. So when it comes to paper overall, it's not a waste of resources. Those trees wouldn't exist if we didn't need paper in the first place. So whenever you see bins all over the place of reduce your carbon footprint, recycle paper, okay, great. But the trees that are used for the paper are there for the sole purpose of paper production. So the next time some hippie comes up and tells you, well, you realize the amount of rainforests that are destroyed because you have to have these reams of paper in your copy machine. No, actually, most of those trees come right here in the United States from farms that are made specifically for for paper production. But nice try, hippie. Now let's look at plastics, by the way. People recycle plastics. Plastics are the worst, man, because they never biodegrade. They're just going to sit in a landfill forever. They're just terrible. All right. So you're told to recycle plastic, and typically it's a popular thing. Everyone hates water bottles for that reason. Okay. So the problem is there's only two kinds of plastic that you actually give a crap about. Any company that actually recycles plastic, there's two types. There's number one, PET or PET, and number two, HDPE bottles. These are in high demand with domestic companies here in the United States that actually want to use these, and it will be actually cost effective for them to be able to use these two types of grade of plastic. By the way, folks, commercial plastics have 7 different grades, 2 of which actually have any sort of value whatsoever. Numbers 3 through 7 plastics are typically either A, discarded in a landfill, or B, they're sent to China to be recycled and sorted through at a much lower labor rate and then turned into whatever China feels like turning it into. All right, so how much does it cost just in energy? Forget the taxpayer dollar for a second. What is the energy cost in shipping grade 3 through 7 plastic bottles to, let's say I'm in the middle of the country. I'm in Nebraska. I got to send this stuff to China because they're the only country who typically will recycle 3 through 7 plastics. How do I get this crap from Nebraska to China? And what will the emissions be on a really crappy boat flying off the coast of California all the way to China with a bunch of crappy plastic in it? Totally worth it, right? So the bottom line is when it comes to plastic, you can simply make plastic that's cheaper and better if you make new stuff. Bottom line. Yeah, it doesn't biodegrade. That's true. But it's freaking worthless as a recycled product. And again, even if you recycle plastic and it's the more valuable stuff, it may still end up worthless. And here is why another stupid reason people seem to say recycling makes sense. Okay, fine. You got me, Jason. Paper, I get it. Plastics, most of them we don't even recycle. But it's not hard, okay? Look at here in the United States. We have single-stream recycling. It's real simple. You just have you have 2 cans. You have your general waste can and you have your recycle can. And it's not hard. You can put plastics in it. You can put cardboard in it. You can put paper in it. You can put glass in it. And what's really good about single stream recycling is, yeah, okay, granted it uses another truck, which is carbon emissions, which kind of offsets the whole reason why you recycle in the first place. But let's just continue this game. And it's only one truck. It's only another crew of people who come with your recyclables. And, okay, yeah, they're all in one bin. So then to sort through them is an absolute pain in the ass. Either it requires a lot of manual labor or it requires really high-tech machinery that isn't very energy efficient at all to actually sort through all the good stuff from the bad. But, hey, it's simple, right? It's super simple, and you can just throw all your recyclable stuff in this container. And, again, you're already paying for it. So why wouldn't you do it? Yeah. Well, that totally makes sense. And if you think of the equipment and labor costs, I mean, at least you're not having a bunch of trucks picking up a bunch of stuff in different days like other countries do. Well, so what's the problem? That sounds great. America, we got this figured out. Yeah, well, not so fast. Because here's the thing. Once you take these single stream recyclables to a sorting facility, when you mingle recycled products together, when glass is touching paper, when plastics are touching cardboard, or when possible labels of food scraps may end up with the plastic bottles, you're causing contamination. And when you're causing contamination, your companies who actually do want to use recycled product are only going to get the best of the best recycled stuff. And so anything that's possibly contaminated because you're throwing a bunch of recyclables in one container ends up being lower grade stuff and later on in the show, I'll tell you that if there's no market for lower grade stuff, where it ends up going, and you'll be amazed. So when you put them all together, granted, we're minimizing our carbon footprint here, but we're also making a lot of the stuff we're putting together in one container a lot more worthless than it normally would be if it was all separated. Well, then that's an easy one, Jason. Why don't we just separate all this stuff? It'd make it a lot simpler. Yeah, because other countries do that, like Canada does, the UK does, and it works really well. For example, the UK, they have a blue can for bags and plastic and glass. They have a green one for paper and cardboard and a brown one for garden waste, and then you have your normal general trash can. It's 4 cans. It's no big deal. Now, because there's 4 different cans, the frequency in which they pick up trash is a lot less frequent than we're used to here in the States, which is like once a week. No, because what a lot of the councils, which end up being, I guess, their version of provinces or states in the UK, is a lot of times general waste is picked up fortnightly or every 2 weeks, where recyclables are only picked up once a month. Oh, and then here's the great thing that councils decided to do. They said, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to make people recycle here in the UK. We're going to do a switcheroo on them. Because if you're used to your recycle bin, here's how yours works, right? You got the big old trash can, and then you got the decent-sized recyclable can. But it's definitely smaller than the big old trash can. Not in the UK, because what they decided to do is, I'll show these bastards to recycle. Because we're only going to pick it up 4 days a week, or once a month, every 4 weeks, we're going to give the big can for recyclables and the teeny tiny can for general waste. And then when they run out of the room, they'll naturally go, oh, crap, well, I may as well recycle this stuff then. And then we're going to get more and more recycled goods in there, and that's going to be great. And then it gets even better. There are other councils throughout the UK. This is great, by the way. This is in, what's the name of it? Telford and Wrekin Council. There is a total, listen to this. This is how this particular portion of the UK does recycling. There's a gray wheelie bin for household waste, a green bin for garden waste, a black box for mixed glass, tins, aerosols, and tin foil, a blue bag for cardboard, and a blue box for paper and magazines. A small kitchen bucket is supposed to be emptied into the larger outdoor green bin. Plastic bottles must be placed in an orange drawstring bag, while old batteries and energy-efficient light bulbs need to be separated into small, identical clear polyethylene bags supported by, of course, the council. Your taxpayer money in the UK at hard work for 10 different containment units for trash. Yeah! You totally have that amount of time, right? I want to be picking through my, just like people like check their own stool samples for fiber. Yeah, that's what I want to be doing in my trash. I'm like, oh crap, there's an eggshell in my battery container. Crap, I got to get that out of there. Oh, and by the way, you have to remove all of the caps of everything that you try to recycle, and you got to rinse everything out, with water. Yeah, because, we're not trying to conserve water, just the plastics. That's the important thing. And we rinse those out because we don't want them to smell bad. And because we only pick up our trash every 2 weeks or every month, that's going to happen. So that's what we do in the UK, and it works out really, really well. Up next, what is the next step in regards to really saving the planet here on Earth Day? That's coming up next on this special Earth Day Backyard Tire Fire edition of According to Me. Be back in a bit.
Obama, oh, oh. Obama, Obama, oh, oh. Obama, oh, oh. Obama, Obama.
The earth hasn't been cold since the 70s in disco. Listen up here, boys and girls. This whole world's a disaster, see? Erosion of farmland, food deserts in the city. Got a big speech in front of the UN with slides that ain't so pretty. Too hot? Hot damn! The polar bears are dying, man. It's too hot? Hot damn! The right-wingers call me a liar, man. It's too hard. Hot damn. Climate czar, you know who I am. It's too hard. Hot damn. And the redistribution of money, check it out. Cap and trade, hallelujah. Woo! Cap and trade, hallelujah. Woo! Cap and trade, hallelujah. Woo! Cause Al Gore Bunk's gonna give it to you. Cause Al Gore Bunk's gonna give it to you. Cause Al Gore Bunk's gonna give it to you. My propaganda will never stop. Don't believe it, just watch. Don't believe me, just watch.
I'm here to educate you about the single biggest threat to our planet. You see, there is something out there which threatens our very existence and may be the end to the human race as we know it. I'm talking, of course, about climate crisis. Some people say that climate crisis isn't real. Well, I'm here to tell you now, climate crisis is very real. I'm serial. Climate crisis doesn't care who you are or what you've done. Climate crisis simply wants to get you. I'm super serial. But have no fear, because I am here to save you. And someday, when the world is rid of climate crisis, everyone will say, "Thank you, Al Gore. You're super awesome."
We're gonna spread happiness. We're gonna spread freedom. Obama's gonna change it. Obama's gonna lead 'em.
So let me be clear. You didn't build that.
Everything he's done is clean as a whistle. He's never not only broken any law, he's never done anything wrong. He's the perfect father, the perfect husband, the perfect American.
Hey, y'all. This is Sam Janney, or the Bunny, as many of you know me by. Your friendly neighborhood bad girl of conservatism. Here to talk to you about my show. I'll talk about conservative issues, my top 10 douchebags of the week, and have some pretty badass conservative guests on the show. All that, plus me, your resident bunny with a chainsaw.
Wednesday nights will never be the same. It's Unapologetically Bunny. Wednesdays, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on K98 Talk. Instead of liking pictures of your friend's cat or the fact that your friend got past stage 44 on Candy Crush, why not like the According to Me show on Facebook and see everything that we talk about on the show? Just go to facebook.com/According to Me show, like the show page, and you too can be targeted by the IRS. Do it today.
Yeah, hippies all around me. Hippies. They're everywhere. They want to save the earth, but all they do is smoke pot and smell bad. Help.
K98Talk.com, a leader in internet radio. So grab your seatbelts and take the ride of your life on K98Talk.com.
This is a song I wrote especially for this occasion. It's called Men.
Men have feelings too. May I share mine with you? I may softly weep or cry out loud, but either way, I'll still be proud.
This sucks.
Men have feelings too. May I share mine with you? The inner child cries from deep within. Nurture me, brother. We both.
This is the worst song I've ever heard.
Men
This sucks.
If I only would have known that his show was going to be on there, I would have never invented the internet. According to me.
In case you didn't know, today is Earth Day. And what that means is we take the day to share all our ideas on how to protect the environment. Things like recycling, saving energy, not polluting. All of this helps to take care of the Earth. Earth Day is not unusual.
Clap your hands, y'all. It's Earth Day. More brainwashed kid music. Don't you love that? Welcome back, folks, to According to Me. So, We were talking landfills. We were talking recycling and where the stuff goes and the best way to make sure that we're recycling, because the single stream recycling you talked about, Jason, it kind of sucks. I mean, to think that all the effort we put here in America to try to recycle, a lot of it because it ends up contaminating itself because it's all in the same bin. The fact that it ends up being low-grade recyclables that a lot of people don't even want, that kind of sucks. That kind of makes me feel like I'm wasting my time. Well, but it sounds like the things you were talking about in the UK, it sounds like a pain in the ass. Granted, you got like 88 different bins to recycle, but I'm guessing the reason why they don't do that, or they have that kind of setup, is they don't want to have our issue where they contaminate all of their recyclables, and so therefore all of the things they recycle are totally beneficial and have great value and benefit. Well, let me read you some statistics in regards to the amount of items that are recycled and the amount of items that end up in the landfill after you attempted to recycle them. Approximately 30% of everything recycled here in the United States ends up in a landfill. Now you're saying, wow, 70% isn't bad. Hold on, but just keep that number in mind. 30% of the stuff that we recycle ends up in a landfill, thus defeating a lot of the purpose. But again, we'll go there. Now, by the way, the Sanitation Department of New York, actually in their neck of the woods in New England, it's around the 45 percentile. But, only about half of the stuff ends up going to landfill anyway. But hey, it makes you feel good, right? Just like Coke. Anyway. But in the UK, I'm sure the utilization numbers are way higher. Well, the UK will tell you that, because they'll tell you, hey, look, you should see, based on this great government program, and you'll never guess where we get a lot of our progressive ideas from our good friends in Europe, who are like, look, we have this great government program. It works incredibly well. 43% of households now recycle because of the great program. Now, 43%, that's way higher than it is here in the United States. That's pretty good. 43% of households recycle in the UK. Well, that's really, really good. Here's the problem. Just like most government numbers that want to brag Obamacare, the numbers aren't factual. Because here's how the government gets their numbers in regards to who's recycling and who's not. Did we pick stuff up from you that was in a recycle bin? We did? All right, well, that counts. Well, not so fast, considering. Let me just read some things for you. I think it makes a little bit more sense to say the Department of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs revealed that most managers at recycle rubbish plants in the UK say that at best, some, and in most cases, hardly any, of the recycled items that are sent to them are usable. Huh? Why? Because I thought this contamination thing was the reason why. No, not necessarily, because, see, the recycled product requires demand, and when we still are getting low-grade recycles, we just don't have the demand for the low-grade recycles. And so what happens is imagine the people who have 10 different trash bins to put batteries in, to put garden waste, to put eggshells, to put plastics and bottles and glass and all these different places, to find out that in many instances, the families who spend their time sorting through all this crap, that many consuls claim that many recycled items are turned away by recycling depots. Instead, they go, crap, well, off to the landfill it goes. And in fact, if there's any thought of contamination in England of their recycled products, they just take it to the landfill. They don't even question if it could be contaminated, because there are reports out there that recycled and possibly contaminated plastics and aluminum can actually cause cancer. And so they don't want to do that, so they just send them to the landfill. Well, you better hope that all of your citizens can follow your very simple 10 different bin system and don't possibly screw up and put a yogurt container in with the glass bottles, because when sifting through that, they go, oh, crap, we got to throw this all away. And they take it to the landfill. Now, people in England right now are furious over this because they're like, well, wait a minute. You have us go through all this stuff. All of our tax dollars are going for all of these different colored stupid-ass bins that take up our whole front yard and have to sit there for 2 weeks or a month, and you end up taking most of it to a landfill? Thanks, UK. And what's funny about that is we here in the United States, a lot of the greenie weenies, a lot of the hippies, will say we should do the same kind of thing. We should mandate that everyone recycles, or they should pay heavy fines like they do in England. And we should provide as many recycle bins as we need. Let's sort it all out. Well, let's say we do that here in the United States. Are we going to end up throwing all the crap away like they do in England? Which, by the way, we didn't touch on this part of recycling, which is, if you have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different bins, you have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different trucks picking up your trash. So instead of one truck using fossil fuels to possibly just pick up all your crap and send it to a landfill, no, we're going to send a minimum in the UK, minimum of 4 different trucks, minimum, to your house. But again, we're not going to do it as often. So we're going to try to offset our fossil fuel usage by not picking it up that often. So you'll just have smelly-ass garbage all around your house, all for 2 weeks or a month time. But it's fine because you're doing your part to save the planet. And then when we take that stuff from you, we'll try to recycle through it, but most of it will actually end up in the landfills. It's estimated that even with the UK's great separation system that we don't have in the United States, that over 30% of the stuff that is recycled is thrown away. So even with our crappy single-serve system, it's about the same. Single stream, excuse me. It's about the same amount of stuff that's thrown away in a landfill. Now, I know what you're saying. Okay, well, that's still, 30%, 40%, all that sucks. 60%, see, listen, you typical conservative, glass is always half empty with you, isn't it, Jason? You can't look at the positives of recycling. Well, besides the fact that it uses lots of emissions with many trucks out there on the road, again, I don't really care about emissions, but you clearly do, so let's play your game. But on top of that, you have recycling plants. There's a recycling plant in Washington State that produces more toxic emissions than any factory in the state. The most emissions out of any factory in the state of Washington is a recycling plant. Oh, and by the way, the next 3 biggest polluters in the state of Washington, you'll never guess, also recycling plants. Well, that's weird because I thought the whole point of recycling is we reduce our pollution because we got to worry about that, don't we? Now, okay, I get it. Well, maybe you have a point, okay? But let's not forget, at least, Jason, some stuff recycled doesn't make stuff go in a landfill, and stuff's just going to sit in a landfill forever, and they do nothing with stuff in landfills. Well, not necessarily. Because here, for example, if you look at Puente Hills landfill in Whittier, California, by the way, the nation's largest landfill. And speaking of landfills, when you remember seeing, and a lot of people, again, it's just like the sad Indian who's crying because he got Burger King thrown at his feet. You remember that video of the Mobro, like huge vessel outside of New York with all this trash and paper and cardboard, and they showed it on the news and went, oh, there is no place to empty this trash. Is this what America is coming to? We don't even have a spot for this trash to go? Unbelievable. And it became like the poster of saving the planet and reducing landfill space. Now, actually, the guy who owned the Mobro just didn't want to pay the amount of money it was going to cost him to dump all his trash in New York. So he decided, you know what, hell with it. I'll put it on a boat and I'll float down the coast and see if I can try to unload it somewhere else. Which is what he ended up trying to do. Went down to North Carolina. They told him no. So he ended up going back to New York and just paying it anyway. So there was landfill space. He was just trying to be a cheap ass. That's the bottom line. But that symbolism turned into, oh, the planet's dying. Yeah. Here's the thing. When you look at landfills as a whole, the evolution of the landfill here in America is actually pretty amazing. And there is some credit that can be given to regulation in that regard, with the amount of clay and the amount of things that they need to be able to naturally try to start the biodegrading process immediately upon sitting in a landfill. There's a lot that goes into landfill if you do your homework. But there's also, when you're looking at Puente Hills landfill in Whittier, California, you'll see that the main knock on landfills is, look, you get all this trash, you get all these plastics, all these dead meat and all this stuff that just sits there and rots and it decomposes, and that turns into methane gas, and methane gas is a greenhouse gas, and methane gas will destroy the planet, and that's why we got to minimize our landfill spaces and uses. Well, Puente Hills landfill actually has a system in which all of the methane gas that is emitted from decomposition in the landfill is actually funneled into an electric storage unit a couple miles down the road, which is used to power 60,000 homes in California with methane gas every single day. Yeah, but total waste. Don't send it to a landfill. It's just going to sit there. There's going to be no good use of putting it in a landfill. On top of that, there's also huge changes and lots of innovation in regards to trash to energy programs of actually taking trash, the stuff that won't biodegrade, and creating energy from that. That's a much cleaner energy than what coal-based energy would be, right? But no, we want to reduce what we put in our landfills. But then we also want to reduce our dependence on foreign oil and our energy usage. Well, why don't we use the trash that's in the landfills and produce energy with that, like many landfills around the United States are already doing? Oh, you'll never know that because all you hear about is how landfills are terrible. Which, by the way, all of the trash we have here in the United States, you could have, and this would suck, don't get me wrong. We go through 220 millions of trash, 220 million tons of trash per year in the United States. We could fill a 35-mile landfill for 1,000 years. And yet all we're worried about is, we have no room! No room to put this trash, right? And so again, I make the case. When we have the ability of doing what we can at landfills to make things as clean as possible, to not waste Americans' time, to not waste taxpayer money, and to not end up having most of the things you recycle go into a landfill in the first place, or be shipped to China to be processed because A, the labor rates are too high, or B, no one actually wants to buy these lower grade quality plastics that we're trying to recycle, that we're all guilt-tripped the hell out of into trying to do. You could easily make the case that if you want to save the planet, don't recycle. It's pretty simple. All right, watch out. Because due to climate change, the EPA is about to get all up in your grill. Yep, that's next here on According to Me.
New York Island, from the redwood forest to the Gulf Stream waters, this land was made for you and me. As I was walking that ribbon of highway, I saw a bus.
Are you conservative in a world of liberal?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're not alone. Hey, I'm Daniel Stafford, host of the Stafford Voice, and I'd like to invite you to tune in each Monday, 10 p.m. Eastern, where I'll break down the events of the week, and together we'll learn about how they affect you. So, sit back and get ready for the good, the bad, and the ugly of talk radio right here on K98 Talk.
Good day to you. As a distinguished gentleman, I need a serious source of news. One that doesn't waste my time when I'm enjoying my tea and crumpets.
White powdered! White powdered!
One that catches the most important stories of the day.
The poop plane.
Was it jet poop? Real serious nonsense. Mondays, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, now on K98 Talk.
Gonna just move in another direction towards the classy.
We'll be classy and not say dildo.
They're completely different from shows that aren't.
He's the honey badger of internet radio.
Oh, the honey badgers are just crazy.
According to me.
Ew, what's that? It's mouth.
Kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya. Kumbaya, my lord, Kumbaya, Kumbaya, my Lord, Kumbaya, oh Lord.
Join hands, folks. Now, by the way, we should check in on Al Gore again. I wonder if he's still going.
Number 40. Increased cougar attacks in Alberta. You see, a combination of warm winters once again has caused Alberta's population of elk and deer and moose to migrate further south. Well, the number one predator of elk, deer, and moose is, you guessed it, cougars that are now invading the town. And while no humans have been attacked yet in Alberta, it's still a grave concern for the people in the city. In Canada, and again, folks, these are our neighbors to the north who've done much more to save our planet, and yet still look what's happening to them. Number 41.
Oh, for God's sake, he's still going. I can't believe it. But anyway, so we look at what the EPA's next goal is, and there was a comment that was made in '97 when Bill Clinton really tried to, under the Clinton administration, I should say, the EPA was pushing for stricter air pollution rules. And there were people going, oh, yeah, well, so next you're going to tell us what we can do in our backyard? We can't light the charcoal grill because it's going to be a pollutant? And there are so many people who are like, look, I'm so tired of people trying to distort this important discussion. No one's going to be banning backyard barbecues or having any issue with it. Well, let's fast forward 18 years later, and wouldn't you know it, the EPA is wanting to make sure that you're using an eco-friendly backyard barbecue. That's right, because they want to make sure that you don't have a grill that produces too much particulate matter emissions. The EPA gave a $15,000 grant to the University of California, Riverside to design a less polluting outdoor grill. So what does an environmentally safe and friendly grill look like? Well, what it has is a slotted tray where the griller, immediately prior to meat flipping, can remove the slotted tray so that grease won't hit the flames and volatilize the fire, which of course produces smoke. And, you know, the thing that actually is like the best part of grilling outside is the smoke, especially on a charcoal grill. But, you know, I digress. Now, the students who tried to develop this thing, They really weren't able to explain how somebody who's going to try to flip burgers is also going to have another free hand to pull this tray out real fast so no grease from the burger falls on the fire. They got to figure that part out yet. But again, whatever you can do to save the planet, right? Now, I know what's weird about this is barbecue grills, according to them, are problematic for two reasons. Both for the simple fact that charcoal and wood burn dirty, and they produce hydrocarbons, but there's also tiny little soot particles known as polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons that actually pose cancer risks. That's crazy, I know. So grilling on charcoal, which is the only way to grill, by the way. If you grill on a gas grill, then go in your house and do it in the oven, because it's the same thing. If you're going to grill, you do it on charcoal like a frickin' man. And if you're a woman, you still do it like a woman. And you roll up your sleeves and you get your hands dirty with coal and you love it and you dig it. And if you do it any other way, then don't even bother grilling. But that's a whole other story. So not only should you do it because it's bad for the environment, but it actually can cause cancer because it kind of has these little smoke particles that develop on the meat. And all this is bad, and it's all because you nasty meat eater, need to do it. And so here's an easy way around that. Is you don't grill meat. Yeah, that was one of the solutions from the EPA. Don't grill meat, because that's an easy way to make sure that you do that. Also, pre-cook a lot of the meat, like in the microwave or the stove, and then you can just throw it on the grill for a little bit, and a lot of that grease and stuff will be inside, not outside, and so it's totally better. And also, really look for a 100% natural wood charcoal. Lump charcoal is really bad for the environment, by the way, so you shouldn't use that, nor briquettes, because they create a lot of air pollution. In Canada, by the way, they consider charcoal very hazardous and actually have huge warnings on charcoal bags. And by the way, in China, they don't even allow outside outdoor barbecues because they're totally serious about saving the environment in China, right? Before we get to the ass hat of the week, let's see what Al Gore's doing. Let's see if he's still going.
Number 72. UFO sightings increase in the UK. Since 2008, UFO sightings in the UK have grown 40%, and scientists have identified that it could be linked to global warming. And craft from outer space are appearing because they're concerned about what man...
Folks, Al Gore has spent this entire day with a list of things that happen all due to climate change.
When we're done destroying
Unbelievable.
Number 73, Hurricane Katrina. The power of Hurricane Katrina was caused by warmer than normal water temperature.
I can't listen to this jackass anymore. It's time for this week's Ass Hat of the Week.
It is time for this week's Ass Hat of the Week.
This week's Ass Hat of the Week, there's many, many candidates. You could have done Barack Obama, flying to the Everglades to talk about climate change and, having 9,000 gallons of fuel that were going to be used to take a round trip between the Everglades and back. So a guy who's going to be using 9,000 gallons of jet fuel to go between Washington, D.C. and the Everglades is going to go down there and talk to you about the ills of climate change by creating emissions of jet fuel on the way to do so. Pot, meet, kettle. But I like to have fun with my Ass Hats of the Week, and this one kind of made me laugh my ass off. I like bacon as much as the other guy, but this woman's real serious about her bacon because she just got in prison for the next 3 to 7 years for shooting a fast food restaurant over not getting bacon on her burger. That's right. A Michigan woman was sentenced to 3 years in prison for opening fire at a McDonald's restaurant after workers twice failed to put bacon on her burgers. Like I said, I love bacon. Huge fan. But I don't think I'm going to shoot somebody over not getting bacon on the burger. By the way, if you're interested in bacon, you like bacon as much as I do, you can get your infidel Islamic extremist defense shield bacon shirt on Polititainment.net. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But anyway, authorities say that this Ass Hat of the Week, 30-year-old Shanika Torres, became angry when the first burger she ordered at the restaurant's drive-up station was missing bacon. They said, oh, our bad, here's a free meal on us. But they didn't put bacon in the second burger she ordered. She then decided she was going to drive through the drive-through lane and fired a shot at the building. Now, it didn't hurt anybody. No one was hurt. But Kent County Circuit Court jury convicted her on March 25th, and she will serve at least 3, if not up to 7 years, for shooting a McDonald's drive-through because she didn't get her bacon on her burger. Hope it's worth it, Shanika, because you are this week's Ass Hat of the Week.
Tune in next week for another exciting installment of Ass Hat of the Week.
Always look on the bright side of life. Always look on the light side of life.
That's going to put the finishing touches on this week's episode of According to Me. This week we talked recycling. We talked about plastic, paper, glass, and all of it, just like eggs and all the other stuff you throw away. It's garbage, and that's where it should go, in a landfill. You want to save the planet? Yeah, stop recycling and stop being a hippie. We also talked about how charcoal grills are also destroying the planet. You better not use those anymore. And we learned that bacon apparently is worth going to jail for. We'll be back next week faster than you can say furious with another episode. And this has been This Week and Recycling, according to me. See you next week, guys. Have a good night. Take care.
What you got to lose? You come from nothing, you're going back to nothing. What you lost? Nothing. Nothing will come from nothing, you know what I say? Cheer up, you old bugger. Come on, give us a quiz. There you are.
Before we get this podcast started, we want to let you in on a little something. If you shop on Amazon like, everybody, instead of going straight to Amazon.com to do your shopping, do your friends at Polititainment a favor. You see, Polititainment.net is an Amazon partner. So here's what that means if you want to shop on Amazon. Instead of going to Amazon.com directly, go to Polititainment.net. You'll see an Amazon banner at the top of the page. You click on that banner, and it takes you to Amazon. You buy stuff like always, but a portion of everything you buy goes to Polititainment. Shop on Amazon and help us grow at the same time. Again, just go to Polititainment.net and click on the Amazon banner at the top of the page. Now, enjoy the show.
One shot, baby, there you go again. 2 shots and I think you know again. 3 shots, come you might find your daddy gone. 1 shot, baby, there you go again. 2 shots and I think you know again. 3 shots, come you might.
And welcome to the show. Y'all are great. You're basically the opening of my show tonight, is all of you telling me that you can hear me. Oh, hallelujah, you can hear me. And it is Thursday. Well, no, it is not. You know what? I think I should just go home because it's Wednesday. You know, it's the whole hippie thing online. I put on the glasses and I put on the daisies and the brain went away. It's Wednesday. It's Earth Day. And wow, what a blow up on the Bunny Show. Welcome to the show. You know, I was just complaining earlier that I wasn't prepared, because I was really busy and I just didn't get everything done I wanted to get done for the show. And I was joking that we should cancel it because I just wasn't ready to go. And I think the Lord was agreeing with me that I shouldn't do this tonight. But here we are, and we're going to push through because that's what we do as conservative radio type people online. Thank you all for waiting for me out in the chat room and for being here tonight. I really appreciate it. You all are really funny out there telling me you don't hear the echo. And I do, but we'll just deal with it. You know, and the thing I did prepare was my little spiel on Earth Day. Because, you know, it's an interesting holiday. I guess it's a holiday. Google made a little cartoon for it. You know, they don't typically do that for like Veterans Day or any of those good things, do they? So I'm going to assume it's a holiday. And it's a holiday founded by a man who apparently killed and chopped up his girlfriend. Now, I made it much funnier. I said that he mulched her because, you know, it's Earth Day and all that good stuff. But no, I was corrected by several of you today saying, no, he chopped her up. Chopped her up and hid her body that way. His name, what was it? Ira Einhorn. Killed his girlfriend. We're celebrating a day founded by a murderer who is celebrating the Earth, which is really kind of an interesting dynamic if you think about it. And what's even funnier to me is the climate change cultists use today as a day to remind us that we're going to die. And the Earth's going to end, and climate is going to destroy us all because we drive big trucks or what other nonsense they can come up with. And, of course, I like the talking point. 98% of scientists say it's real. And then you say, who are these scientists? And lo and behold, they're all scientists getting grant money from the feds. Yeah, 1,200 scientists, I think, is what they're pulling that from. I think there's more than 1,200 scientists in the whole world, but call me crazy. What do I know, right? But this is a holiday where we celebrate the Earth. Yeah, we celebrate Earth, and we get in touch with the Earth. And, you know, I did see some folks out there, Rebexy, who is another conservative, who was saying that really we shouldn't let the left own Earth Day. That Earth Day should be about celebrating our home planet and about the beauty of Earth, and why should we let the left use it for agenda and use it for something that they can push on us and bitch about. And I liked that. I liked her idea. I liked her sentiment. And she was sending up pictures of beautiful locations and asking people to send her locations. And I thought that was kind of cool because we really have given up the notion of all of these touchy-feely things to the left. And, you know, I know a lot of conservatives care about the Earth. I care about the Earth. I've been recycling and upcycling since college. And not because someone told me I was supposed to, but because it made sense to me that I should do that. Less waste, less trash, right? But now if I say I like doing it, I'm some damn greenie going along with some stupid agenda because they've taken over that piece of it again. It's like the whole gay marriage thing. They think they own it. There are plenty of conservatives who support gay marriage, but now the left's like, oh, we're the champions of the gays. They are really ruining the things that matter to us. And, we get to own guns and war. And that's fine. I like guns and war. But they're taking away our ability to be well-rounded because plenty of us will shoot a gun and recycle in the same day. That's just who we are as individuals. So I have a beef with Earth Day. Beyond the fact that the founder, Ira, killed his chick and mulched her, I had someone say, I said, well, they mulched her. And they're like, well, at least he didn't waste her. And I couldn't tell if they were being serious or not. But I did laugh. I thought that was really a really funny sentiment. At least we didn't waste her dead body and we mulched her and used her to grow things. He gave her to the earth, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, I think that's one of my big sticking points with a lot of these things is I feel like I don't get to believe in or promote those things because the left has commandeered them. And I'm tired of that. So when Rebecca said, we need to talk about the beauty of the earth, I was like, well, that's pretty freaking cool. And I agree. But she took a lot of flack for that. And there shouldn't be a lot of flack for that. There are plenty of us granola, greeny, crunchy types on the right, those of us who recycle and wear hemp pants. And, we are out there, the crunchy granolas, who are conservatives. And I think Earth Day should be a reminder of that versus us just giving it away to the left and letting them own it with climate change and doomsday and Al Gore and other nonsense. So happy Earth Day. I'm sorry we started late. I do have the top 10 douchebags of the week, and I'm going to try and get through them very quickly because I don't want to make my guest wait like I made Josh wait before. So I'm going to let Jared come on when he's supposed to, and I'm going to go through this week's top 10 douchebags really quickly. For those of you who are first-time listeners, welcome to this show. We don't always have technical difficulties, but if we do, we laugh and make fun of ourselves and move on. Also, top 10 douchebags come from the good people in social media. We do not make these up. You people nominate them for us, and we mock them with you on the show. So on that note, we'll get started with number 10. Blogger Belle Gibson, who made hundreds of thousands from a cancer struggle story, and she admits she made it up. Okay, now I've never heard the story. I've never heard of Belle Gibson before, but when I got this nomination, I went and looked at her. And she's admitted she lied, but she made hundreds of thousands of dollars telling people she had cancer. And she was also, this is the part that really pissed me off, she was giving people who actually have cancer suggestions on how to deal with cancer and maybe beat cancer. She was giving them solutions and ways of dealing with being sick, and she wasn't even sick. I think that's bigger than a douchebag, to be honest with you, but we'll go ahead and leave her on the top 10 this week. Because I don't know what else I could call her besides an evil bitch. But she is a douchebag at number 10. At number 9 is Bill Nye the Science Guy. Oh, Bill Nye. I get it. You're feeling important because the president has treated you like you matter. Most of us remember you from when we were kids or in junior high doing science-y things. No one takes you that seriously, and now you have someone who does. And we get it. You're very excited. You're going to get on Air Force One today and act on climate change. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You're going to act on climate change in the president's private plane that burns 5 gallons of gas per mile, let alone the amount of carbon pollutants you put in the air flying that plane to take action on climate change. He was bragging about this on Twitter. He was talking about how awesome it was going to be to get on the plane with the president and fight climate change. And he didn't see the irony in his tweet at all. And for that, Bill Nye, you are a douchebag at number 9. At number 8 is John Kerry. For his Earth Day preaching, do as I say, not as I do, bullcrap. That is word for word. I would like to tell this person who nominated John Kerry that he is a Democrat, and that is their bread and butter. That is all they know. That is all they do. Do as I say, not as I do. John Kerry is a douchebag at number 8. At number 7, I didn't see this happen, but I thought this was funny. The tough as nails Donald Trump, who tried to form a Twitter outrage mob against Stephen Hayes for calling him a clown. It's Twitter, Donald. Toughen up, man. This happens. Plenty of us get beaten up. Plenty of us are called all kinds of things way worse than a clown. Deal with it, Donald. Come on. and you're a douchebag. Number 7. Number 6 is Joss Whedon. Like, apparently Joss doesn't like people who don't believe in climate change and who question the science, quotation, behind climate change. Joss tweeted out that policymakers who deny basic scientific truth, that's funny, should also be denied penicillin and horseless carriages. You know, I get he's being funny, that we deny the whole truth behind climate change, so we shouldn't believe in the science behind penicillin or the car. Oh, he's so clever. Here's the thing, though. No one has said the climate doesn't change. We understand the climate changes, but no one really believes that man has the power to do that. Sorry, Joss. That makes you a douchebag at number 6. Number 5 is author Toni Morrison, who once referred to Bill Clinton as the first black president. Yeah, she really said that. But she also said this. She said, racism will not be over until cops shoot a white, unarmed teenager in the back. That makes a lot of sense, don't you think? Racism won't go away until we start killing white kids. And I don't understand why the music just played or why she thinks that makes sense with racism, but that makes her a douchebag at number 5. Number 4 is NARAL, N-A-R-A-L. I may be pronouncing that wrong, but they are a pro-choice organization. They were on Twitter looking for women to share their positive stories about their abortions to do away with the stigma surrounding abortion. So what they were trying to do, they're trying to make abortion not so down, guys. Abortion is such a downer, and there's such a stigma around slaughtering unborn babies. We need your stories to destigmatize the whole thing. Hey, ladies, we know you've had an abortion. Give us your story and make it a positive thing. Holy shit, who are these people? It drives me away. So they totally tweet out, hey, we're looking for these positive stories, man. And people are like, why would you want to talk about positive shit? You're killing babies. Unbelievable how these people think. And they are douchebags at number 4. Number 3 are tax evaders. There's more than one. We talk about Al Sharpton all the time. I have a list now. Al Sharpton, Melissa Harris Perry, Joanne Reed, and Teray are all apparently owe a lot of money to the federal government. You know, if a lot of us, little people, own that kind of money to the government, we'd be in jail. But they're just douchebags at number 3. At number 2 is Hillary Clinton. And when I asked for a reason, they just said because she's Hillary Clinton. And I think we can leave it at that. She is the ultimate douchebag. And at number 1 is Obama for hopping on his private plane that burns 5 gallons of gas per mile to take action with Bill Nye on climate change. I can't help but wonder if the action he is taking is to make sure he plays his part in changing the climate with the 193,000 pounds of carbon his round-trip flight to make a speech creates. Yeah, he was just going to make a speech. Somehow that's taking action against climate change. That and his nonsense bullshit about how he yanked the country out of a recession. Yeah, he yanked us out of a recession. The man is a Zoom dweeby, and he is a douchebag at number 1. Now, I'm seeing a note here from the producer, and hey, you know what? I got through my douchebag list really quickly. Go, Sam. I'm wondering, Jared, are you on the line?
I'm here.
Are you there? Oh my God, it worked.
I'm here
this time. How are you?
I'm good. Don't jinx it, though.
You know what? It has been one of those nights. It's been one of those days, man. And at this point, if I jinx it, I'm just done. You can take over and do the rest of the show. You just have to act like me for the next 30 minutes. Can you do that?
I didn't prepare all that much material, but I'll give it a shot.
Okay, so you've heard it here live, folks. This is Jared Cagle. Am I saying the last name right?
Yep, that's right. Cagle.
So if something happens to me and for whatever reason you can't hear me or I start echoing worse, I'm going to turn it over and Jared can be the bunny for the rest of the show. There's no pressure there, huh, Jared?
No, not at all. I'll just keep talking. So I'm pretty good at doing that. So we'll make it through one way or the other.
You know, this is professional radio, man. This is how it works. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing well. How are you, Bunny?
You know, I need a beer.
Other than the minor
good. And I
technical
can't say that.
difficulties.
You know, I'm going to say I need a beer out loud, and someone is going to tell me, online that I'm some alcoholic evil mom because I said I wanted a beer on my show. But it's been one of those days, man.
Well, women can't drink beer. It's a faux pas in society. I mean, they would shame you. They would shame you beyond remorse if you had a beer, especially if you told them when you had a beer.
Well, you know what? The thing that a lot of them do on social media especially is if a woman who may be a mother ever talks about being a human being and wanting a glass of wine, we're a bad mother. And, of course, we're on Twitter too much or we're on social media, so we're bad mothers as well. So I've got that going against me too, man. I might as well just have a beer.
Well, hey, look at it on the bright side, Sam. At least you're not a man, because they talk about women if they do something bad, like have a beer, but you can't do anything right as a man. The patriarchy, man, they'll shut us down.
The patriarchy. You know what? You have a good point. Although, it must be really hard to be a man. But here's the thing I noticed, Jared, is men in social media, and maybe I'm just missing this, men don't get abused like the women do. But maybe I'm missing it wrong. Maybe you get abused by a different type of person. Maybe it's the feminists calling you the patriarchy.
Yeah. Me personally, I haven't had to deal with it much, but it's funny you bring that up because I've noticed our friends, the liberals, they're all about, the war on women, and there's a war on women, and we should be nice to women, and women don't have enough rights, and blah, 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 blah. But they're the first ones to jump on women when women do something that doesn't fit the norm they're trying to construct. So I do find that odd that the people who, the tolerant liberals that we keep hearing about are actually the most intolerant of all people.
Well, but that's always been kind of their shtick, As long as you agree with them, as long as you feed into that agenda and are willing to play your part as they see fit, they will jump in front of a moving vehicle for you. But the moment you're any different than they want you to be, you are the enemy and must be destroyed.
It doesn't really matter what they say either. Just one person of sort of, dominance or power, like a Hillary Clinton or a Elizabeth Warren, they just have to say it. Liberals don't really do what I like to call research on things. They just kind of get behind stuff and they say, yeah, that feels good. I like it. Let's do this. And then someone says, well, hey, that doesn't really make sense. Have you really thought about this? And they completely dismiss it because don't mess with our emotions, man.
Well, it's all about emotions. And what's really interesting is, especially with the climate change argument, it's all because science. And I'm like, well, babies are alive at conception because science. And then they call me a bitch and threaten to kill me. Their science is very much, and just like their research, it is very much whatever works for them at the moment in the debate. And that drives me nuts. Yeah, absolutely. The whole climate change works out great, too, because as you mentioned earlier, a lot of that is done by EPA funded or government funded, that they pay these guys to pretty much say what they want. And the ones that don't say what they want, who would want to give up that grant money, right? This climate change and global warming exists. Well, hell yeah, it does until you quit paying us, With Fed money, there's always a string, man. It's like, temperatures are going up. How much is that grant again? How many thousands of dollars are you giving us? And
like the people who got stuck in the Arctic and the icebergs that wasn't supposed to be there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's just that their hypocrisy is amazing.
Can you hear me, Jared?
Yes, I can.
Oh, thank God. I thought I lost you. Okay,
can you hear me?
The rest of the show. Sorry, I heard you cut out a little bit. We talked earlier because I saw you doing your research, and thank you for being more prepared than I am. I saw in your notes that we had censorship down, and I know I want to talk about Earth Day, but it's been an interesting day in social media with a certain account that is a well-known conservative account that is a pro-Second Amendment and fights against those gun control fanatics we run into. And that account is Kent Atwater. Are you familiar now with what's going on there?
Absolutely. I followed Kent. Kent was actually one of my probably first followers when I first got my Twitter. So I'm very familiar with Kent and what he does. And there's not too many people. Obviously there's you and there's a couple, but there's not too many people on Twitter out there that can make an argument like Kent Atwater. He's very precise, and he's very
No way. There is, I am good at 1, 2, 3 punch and they're out. I am not somebody like Kent who can actually debate for days. If you look at his timeline
Yes.
before Twitter suspended him, it didn't matter what they came back with. He didn't get angry. He didn't lose his cool, and it was always about facts. I don't have that ability. I get too pissed off too fast. It's 1-2 punch, they're done. He could really do that.
I'm the same way. I think we get caught up in that, and it's remarkable how he keeps his cool. Because I read a lot of them, and some of them I've even chimed in on, and I'm not near as nice as he is, which is kind of funny because since we're talking about him, his account he's been banned now, and I've said much worse things than he has, and here I am still kicking. So
here's the thing with I think what's going on is Kent is proving people wrong. And it's beyond just being, oh, Sam is so mean because she called me this and she said to fuck off. That's kind of what I get. Kent is really proving people wrong in the gun debate, and so they are targeting him and silencing him. And Twitter's helping them do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely it is. And he's the main example because, like I said, he's kind of been, if you're a Second Amendment person, and I am a big Second Amendment person, sure. If you didn't follow Ken Atwater or know what, he was about, but that's just, he was one of the dominant Second Amendment people on Twitter. And it's a big hit when someone like that, because of the trolls and because of the false reporting, that, that account has to get banned or something like that. It doesn't make any sense in it, but it's a big hit for the Second Amendment cause.
Well, and I have to be honest, that this, we always joke about NSA getting us, or, and I see people always talking about, well, Twitter has a bias, and it's something we kind of have come to accept. But, with the filter thing that was going on, you saw what we were working on, the strange filter that was flagging accounts, and suddenly they couldn't reply to people they didn't know. This is all beginning to make me really nervous. And what do you think is going on?
Well, I think it's just more of you have a, and it's probably actually not that very many people, or where the issue where you had to deactivate there's probably, a handful of people that just have some access that are doing this to people. They're getting a bunch of people to report, or they're getting a bunch. That's what it looks like to me, because certain things that they just don't add up. And why, like, for example, Kent, read through, well, you can't now, but read through any of that. Nothing he ever said I would find, and even if I was arguing against him, I would never find it even offensive. He was very poignant. He made his point. He didn't, he didn't harass anybody.
No, he really didn't. And he's always, if you've ever been in a debate with him, he's somebody who keeps very calm. I know if you've been in a debate with me, or if you've ever had to deal with me, I am not calm. I get very crabby very quickly. And, that probably works against me in some situations. But if Kent is getting shut down and Kent is keeping his cool and not being disrespectful, how long until accounts like mine or Jalen, GOP Mommy, or you, people who are really out there, shaking up the Twitter sphere, how long until our accounts are gone, if that's what they're doing with someone as low-key as Kent?
Well, and it's completely one-sided, too. Either that, or I'm not hearing about anything from the other side about any of the big liberal, getting shut down.
Here's an interesting side note to that. When people were getting flagged, Evil Bun Bun, who is a friend, actually, and he's also, I would call him an anon, he was helping me gather handles of people who were getting flagged so we could maybe find out if there were some guidelines or why they were flagging people. And we weren't seeing any on the left being flagged. Well, somebody got really smart on the other side. I won't mention her name because she got very bent out of shape. But she got very upset with us because we included the handles of some people on the left who'd been flagged. And she accused us of using it as propaganda. We really were just trying to figure out why people were getting flagged, because we don't want anybody to be censored. Even if we think you suck balls on the left, we think you should be able to do that out loud. That's your right. Well, we got accused of using them for propaganda. So how do we win in that argument? How can we really fight for people's First Amendment rights if they don't want us to?
Right, and I think a lot of it, I'd really like to see who's running the show at Twitter, too, who the dude is or whoever that looks at I'm sure they've got a crack team, too, that looks at all these and says, okay, that's abuse, that's not abuse, maybe this is abuse. Because I've had people tweet at me before that, I would have had arrested. But, they're still out there, hashtags, never mind offensive, just downright threatening sometimes. But, it's all okay because they fall under a different narrative. And the main thing that it keeps coming back to is that it's not conservative. If it's liberal, say anything you want, nobody gives a shit. Nobody cares because, hey, that's your right. But now when conservatives want to speak out, that's where you start to see the limit to free speech. Liberals want to limit speech because if you control speech, you control thought.
And they have controlled the dialogue for a long time. I am the first to admit that the right has not done a very good job over the years in connecting people and controlling a dialogue. We've become reactive to everything. And part of that goes back to W, and W just getting attacked, and we were always defending W. Even if we didn't agree with his policies, we would defend him as our president. We got into that reactive mode, and now it's like we have to learn how to take back control of the message and be proactive versus reactive, and I think that's what's happening with accounts like Kent and accounts like yours, and even like mine. We're the grunts, we punch and fight. But, I think we're making that change, and I think that's why people are getting shut down.
Well, and that's also another reason, too, why I want to say everybody, out there listening or on Twitter or anything, bad things are going to happen. You may get shut down. You may get flagged for something, but don't be quiet. You be loud. The main thing right now that conservatives need more than anything is to be loud and let their voices be heard. We're going to take some hits. We're going to take some punches. It's inevitable because they don't want us to do what we want to do. So we just have to keep pressing at it, and we have to be loud and let our message be heard.
Well, and I think part of it is, and I always say this, and I'm sure I get bitched about for it, but I really feel like the left's bread and butter are uninformed, ignorant people. They are people who see a message. If I didn't know any better and someone said something about, Republicans are trying to keep women from making choices about their lives, and I'm uninformed, I'm like, well, the hell with those people, I'm voting for a Democrat. That's what they need. And then when we come in and say, actually, women should have choice about their bodies and about their lives, and the government's just not going to pay for you to kill babies anymore. Oh, wow, that makes sense suddenly. But they don't want us to have that discussion, so they're shutting us down before we can. And Kent is a great example about the gun. The gun argument is huge. They are on that gun sense tag all the time, talking about dead babies and dead kids, and they exploit these families who are losing children to gun accidents, and Kent shuts them down, and what happens to Kent? He gets shut down. Is it
absolutely? And the funny thing is, well, it's not funny; it's deplorable. But an account like Ken will get banned and shut. They'll get shut down. But another a group like Everytown or Mom's Demand, a lot of their statistics that they throw out are completely fabricated. They're not telling the truth, or they're not telling the whole truth. Kent was a person who he stuck with facts, and there was nothing that, else about it. It was facts, and facts were facts. But you have other groups that, basically it's okay to lie as long as you can still press that agenda, and you gauge that emotional response, and everybody says, well, surely they wouldn't lie about that. That must be true. They're a big group. But when somebody else starts flapping their gums, they're like, oh, we can't have that because that's counter to that emotional response.
Well, and I'm looking in the chat, and I was going to mention GOP Mommy. Jalen is a champion against the feminist crazies out there. Jalen is somebody who will really go toe-to-toe with some of the nastiest, ugliest feminist trolls out there. I was going to mention her as a leader because Kent really is a leader in the gun movement, and Jalen is really out there in the feminist movement. And I'm looking in the chat trying to find her, and she mentioned that there is a tag actually on Twitter called Cons Be Gone, and they are actively working to shut conservatives down. What do you think about that?
Yeah, well, it fits the narrative lockstep like they are. They don't like what we have to say. They're not interested in listening to that other opinion. They're not interested in listening to somebody else's point of view. They have their point of view, and we'll be damned if you're going to come against us. That's the attitude of the people that we're dealing with. But of course, being that it's an anti-conservative hashtag and Twitter is allowed in Conservative Bill, I give it about an hour before we completely take it over.
That's really
because
funny,
that's what we do.
I'm trolling through the chat, and Donna's like, we need to take that over right now, right? And it's really funny because someone else, SHERR, her, says they shut Stephen Goddard down too. And Stephen Goddard, as you know, fights against climate change rhetoric, and he also got suspended. So you're seeing some big names fighting these big topics, and they're getting shut down. Maybe the reason they haven't shut me down is because I open my big mouth on all these topics, so I'm like a jack of all trades but zero trades or something. I don't know. I can't believe I still survive. I'm thinking my days are numbered, man.
Well, I'm curious, too, is other than, being shut down, how do you know if you've got reported? Because I'm sure some people have reported me because, for the most part, I'm fairly low-key. I'm a smartass, though, and sometimes I say things that, well, I know they're downright offensive, but I'm kind of curious how many. I wish there was something that you could look at to see how many times you've been reported by so and so, and because I'm kind of curious to see what my stats are.
Well, I can tell you this. I know that when I first started on Twitter, I really logged in 2009. I hated it because I didn't understand a damn thing that was going on, so I left. And then in 2013, I got tossed in Facebook jail again. Yeah, I'm always getting in trouble, but I got tossed in Facebook jail for 30 days. And so I jumped back onto Twitter, and that's when I kind of got my groove on. But I was suspended 4 times within 2 months because I didn't understand how to keep from getting suspended. One of the first suspensions was as a result of Senator John McCain complaining about me tweeting him. And I had to remove a tweet I sent to John McCain. Yeah, I know. This is crazy. I had a whole 756 followers, and I was like, I was hot shit back then. And I went in after John McCain, and I got suspended. I got suspended so much that I finally got a letter telling me if I got suspended again, they would permanently ban my account. So I got really smart about it. And, of course, the more followers you have, the more reports it takes to get you suspended. But they can do it. And like Todd Kincannon, whether you're a fan or not, Todd had 36,000 followers that got him suspended. So it can be done.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see who's doing it. I would be really curious. I'm sure I get reported at least 5-6 times a day. Come on. If I'm not doing my job. Interesting
I
question.
personally report you myself at least 3. Just depending on what you said.
Kiss
but and that's on a good day. Sometimes I get mad, and sometimes I've been known to go at least 4 maybe.
My friends are reporting me. That's what kind of an asshole I am. I'm getting reported by conservatives. Actually, you know what? It does happen with conservatives as well. I have plenty who've blocked me. I'm kind of to the point where I don't know where we're going. And I understand that we're getting close to an election. We're getting close to, 2016. People are really intense. I think it's going to get worse, though. What do you think?
It's tough to tell because we're so far out right now. I think it's going to start to get better when you start narrowing the field of candidates a little bit, because right now everybody, you've got 4,000 candidates on the Republican side. You might as well. But everybody has their guy. They're a Rand guy, they're a Cruz guy, they're a Rubio guy. What idiot up in New Jersey, Christie, whatever the hell. Yeah, they've got their guy. That's who they want. And if you're a Cruz guy and you talk about a Rand guy, well, then you've got a sword fight. At least one thing about the left right now, this will get worse, but with the left, they may not be unified on a candidate, but they're always unified on topics. That's one thing conservatives seem to have a big issue with, and we argue a lot about it, because you have a lot of conservatives that, are pretty far right-wing in some areas, but on social issues, there are more moderate, or some of them are even liberal, which actually, to be honest, I don't necessarily have a problem with. I don't care if you're liberal. Just use your fucking head. That's all I want. You can have liberal ideas. You can want to save the planet. You can want to be nice to everybody, create your own little utopia. It's great. Go for it. Use your own money, though. But that's a fantastic idea. But unfortunately, just, it doesn't work that way. But, God bless you for trying and all. But I'm just for the, we've got the opportunity. Every man kind of makes it himself. You have the opportunity to do it. What you do is basically up to you. Liberals don't think that way on the most part. They think everything should be handed to them, or you should always agree with them because that's the only way that there is. And if you don't do it this way, then you're wrong. And that's where conservatives run into problems because we always want to be the liberals, but we can't even agree on certain topics right now that we kind of agree on, if that makes any sense.
It does, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at you when you said liberals think. I got tickled, because they don't think, they feel. But it's a really good point, and I think what we have to work in with conservatives is we're all such individuals, and we all have such ideas that we hold, to be important. And I feel like I'm preaching it, but I always say this. I say if conservatives can just get down to the basics, if we can say we support freedom, liberty, justice, and do no harm, the rest can take care of itself, because honestly, who doesn't want to be free? Who doesn't want to have liberty? I mean, I guess maybe liberals don't want to be free because it is kind of a scary thing. But I think if we can focus on freedom, liberty, justice, and do no harm, we can win. But when we get off on gay marriage and we get wrapped up in something that affects 2% of the country, we're in trouble. We get arguing
and
amongst
the whole
ourselves.
gay marriage thing is, first of all, let me say this. I have absolutely nothing against gay people. None whatsoever. I have my beliefs. Everybody has their beliefs. That's fine. But is this really an issue? I mean, to me, it's a non-issue. Okay, gay people want to get married. Whether you agree that that's biblically wrong or whether you agree that it's not wrong, who cares? Who cares? Iran is about to get some nuclear bombs that can completely wipe Israel off the face of the planet, and then they're coming for us. But, Jim and John want to get married, so let's make a big issue about it. It's a non-issue to me, but because, again, it draws a lot of an emotional response, it stays in the news.
How about we just say, you marry who you want, it's none of our damn business, as long as it's two consenting adults and I don't got to pay for it. Why do we care? Why is it my
that's
business?
Another big
And
thing for me. I don't want to pay for it. Do what you want to, but pay for it yourself.
I get it, they're very passionate about traditional marriage being a certain way, and I respect that, but if it costs us an election, I'm going to go find these people and I'm going to beat them, because at this point, if we lose an election over that issue, we deserve what we get. We deserve whoever they bring in, because we are not working to make the country better. We're just bitching and moaning about what matters to us on that level, that little weird personal level that is none of our damn business. I'm very libertarian,
Absolutely.
I guess, about that, because, do no harm, none of my business, don't make me pay for it, it's your business. Done.
Well, yeah, and then the main thing is you can have your set of beliefs, but you don't have to necessarily interfere. Whether you agree with something being right or wrong, if it's legal, business. Then who cares? It doesn't affect you in any way whatsoever. I mean, you got your far righters that are going to argue with me on that to the death, and that's fine.
Yes.
But the truth is, it does not matter. It doesn't matter at all. It is a non-issue.
So what are your issues? What matters to you? What does a candidate need to say to you, Jared, for you to support him or her?
Well, I like girls and long walks on the beach. No, I'm not kidding. I do like that stuff.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. Hold on. I got to go back to this, and I know we only have a few minutes left, but I have got to give you a hard time about your groupies.
I know where you're going.
That was some funny shit this morning. I have never, I have had all kinds of people on this show. I have never seen your response like what I received when I said you're going to be on this show. It was very sweet, but I have never had someone go, well, Bunny sucks, but I'll listen to her because you're going to be on anyway. That was what cracked me up the most.
I was pleasantly amused and surprised by the response, to be quite honest.
And please note that I didn't tell her to kiss my ass. I was really nice about it. I'm like, that's cool. You don't have to listen to me. I'm good. But I was like, really? You hate me, but you're going to listen? Because screw you, lady.
I don't really like her show, but since you're on,
her show's stupid.
But hey, as long as they're listening, maybe maybe you'll get a follower and a new listener out of it. So that's all that matters, really.
Well, what kills me is she follows me.
Oh. Boy, this just got awkward.
But please note that I was very nice. But it was really funny, and I think this is a lot about you. I know you're trying to do, you're doing a blog, and you're doing it with Adam. Is that right? You and Adam are working together on it?
Yes, and if you want to know his handle, too, that's at AJM9588. Go follow him. He's awesome.
He's awesome. I agree. He's a good fan of the show. He never says, Bunny, you suck, but I'm going to listen anyway. He listens because he likes the show. Bless his heart.
Yeah.
You guys are doing a blog, and then you're talking about doing your own, is it a video blog or your own show? What are you What is that?
I'm kind of kicking around the idea. A buddy of mine, here in the town that I live in, we talked about maybe doing some, podcasting too. But I was kicking around the idea of doing a video blog, and I did some shooting the last couple of nights, and did really just to work on the editing. We'll see what happens. It's kind of coming together, but I'm still very new at it. But I do have a YouTube channel, and guess what? It's Sir Jared Cagle, so go check that out. There's about 3 videos up right now, but still, they're fun. And me in the rocking chair.
Nice. Well, but here's the thing too: is you could be doing your video blog for I don't know, a year and a half, like I've been doing a radio show, and shit still breaks. So don't worry about it.
Right.
You just go with
that's
it.
Very true.
And you laugh about it, or if you don't, you just cry about it later. Now, tell people where they can find you on social media.
If you want to get in touch with me on social media, first of all, the blog website is sirjared.com. If you want to find me on Twitter, it's at Sir Jared Cagle. That's how you can find me there. And then, of course, the YouTube channel is Sir Jared Cagle as well. Facebook, I'm on Facebook, but I'm very non-political. You can send me a friend request. I won't guarantee that I'll accept it because it's mostly family and, close friends and whatnot. But it's Jared West Cagle if you want to look for me on Facebook, too.
How do you spell Cagle, just for people who may not know how to spell it?
Cagle.
Awesome. Well, Jared, I have 2 minutes left, so I'm probably going to shut you down. Is there anything else you want to add before I let you go?
No, I want to thank you for letting me come on, though. I had a blast doing it, and anytime you want me, I'm ready to go.
Well, if I need some groupies, I will definitely have you come on the show. That was so
All right,
funny.
that's fair. That's
I'm going
fair.
to teach you about it for days. All right, Jared, thanks for being a good support. We'll talk to you later.
Thanks, Bunny. See ya.
All right, bye. Oh, boy, that was fun. We didn't take a break. I'm sorry, guys. I had 45 minutes, and I'm not going to eat into my good friend Jason DeWilkins' show this week. So I am going to go ahead and wrap up here soon. Please stick around for his show. It is According to Me with Jason DeWilkins. If you hear any of our really good promos with Polititainment or any of our songs, Jason is oftentimes the voice and some of the creative craziness behind those. So stick around and listen to his show. It's really worth a listen to. I know he's doing Earth Day tonight, and I didn't get to cover Earth Day as much as I want. So stick around and listen to Jason. I appreciate you guys helping me figure things out in the chat. You are such great listeners. You are such a huge part of this show. I think that's why it's so much fun to do. It's not just me talking into a microphone. It's all of you in the chat listening and taking part in everything and making me laugh even when things make me want to cry. So I appreciate you being here tonight. It's been great talking to you again. Happy Earth Day. Have a wonderful weekend, and I will talk to you next week, same time, same bat channel. Take care. Bye-bye.
Non, je ne regrette rien, ni le bien qu'on m'a fait, ni le mal, tout ça m'est bien égal. Non, rien de rien, non, je ne regrette rien, car ma vie.
K98 Talk is expanding its lineup for 2015. This means we are expanding our advertising base. Whether you're a startup trying to push through to the next level or an established business trying to supplement your advertising budget, web-based advertising is a solid investment. Thanks to Talk's newest partnership with TuneIn Radio and instant access to our sister station, K98 FM, we give you worldwide access at a reasonable cost. Interested parties should email us at sales@k98fm.com. K98talk.com, a leader in internet radio. So grab your seatbelts and take the ride of your life on K98talk.com.
Welcome to the podcast you've always wanted. It's The Right Angle with Bill and Leslie.
Well, now, hey everybody, welcome to The Right Angle, episode 2, The Search for More Listeners. I'm Leslie, he's Bill. Hi, Bill.
Hi, Leslie.
Later tonight, we're talking about Earth Day. Not so much how it's a joke, and 99% of those who promote it and celebrate it are massive hypocrites, but more importantly, about the founder of Earth Day, who is...
The Unicorn Killer. Isn't that awesome?
That's so awesome. And we don't mean unicorn as in the typical lefty moonbat unicorn. We mean this guy's a murderer. But first, there are more important things that we want to discuss. Don't you think, Bill?
Yeah. I saw a trailer for a really, really, really cool movie last week. I can't remember the name of the movie. Can you? That's right.
So excited.
That's right. It's Star Wars. There's a fucking Star Wars movie in my lifetime. And I get to see it.
I'm so excited.
I know that we said that this was going to be about politics and yada, yada, yada. But it's fucking Star Wars! How can you not talk about the new Star Wars movie? And I promise I can make some political comments about Star Wars related, relative to our world. It's fucking Star Wars!
It's Star Wars. Billy and I can bring Star Wars into absolutely any walk of life that's necessary to be able to slobber all over this new movie.
That is absolutely correct. And I remember exactly where I was when I saw that trailer for the new Star Wars movie, because I realized that if I put it on an infinite loop, I could watch 120 minutes of it, and that 30-second trailer would still be better than the prequel movies that I waited bitterly to see.
Hands down.
Hands down, yeah. So, we're not going to talk about the prequel movies, right?
Well, I mean...
They didn't exist.
Only to wipe the dust off our shoes.
I went when I was a child, I went to see episode 1 because I said, oh, well, this is going to be my Star Wars movie. Because, all the adults that I knew at the time, they had gone to see episode 4, 5, and 6 in the theaters. And I was like, oh, episode 1, that's going to be my movie. And then I went to see it, and I was really excited. And we went on the first day it was out. And I got into the theater, and we sat down, and the movie started, and the crawl came up, and everybody's really excited. And then they started explaining the movie. Taxes, tariffs, trade routes. What the fuck is this? What was that? So...
Oh, I didn't know you and I were in the same theater that day.
Yeah, right? So anyway, a really awesome man named J.J. Abrams has done the impossible, I think. And far be it from me to call it now, but I'm going to call it J.J. Abrams fucking saved Star Wars. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind, nor should there be in anyone else's minds. J.J. Abrams, he fucking saved Star Wars. Just that 30-second trailer is amazing. So,
see, I'm a little bit older than Bill, a little bit, and I don't share that childlike innocence that you do
because I was well and good old enough to see the first Star Wars movies, and I was in my mid-20s when the second set of prequels came out, and I remember that joy of sitting in the theater quite well. I'm not ready to give any credit at all to J.J. Abrams until after I see the movie twice. And we all know that if it's bad, we're only going to see it twice to confirm that it's bad, just like we all did 15 years ago. If it's good, we'll see it, 12 to 30 times.
Yeah, there's in my mind, there's no way that this movie could be bad. There's no possible way that this movie could be bad. It starts off on the right foot. It has the Falcon, it has Chewie, and it has Han Solo. It's awesome. And okay, so let's talk about the trailer, what we learned from the trailer, right? So depending on your level of Star Wars knowledge, George Lucas created an expanded universe that, allowed authors to write their own stories based on the Star Wars universe in the post-Imperial era. And after the Emperor and Vader, the Emperor gets thrown down the corn chute, and then, shouldn't have said that. Yeah, that was an open-ended comment, wasn't it? So, the Emperor gets thrown down the hole. Oh, wait, that's not better. Okay, the Emperor's dead. And they burn Vader and that, Anakin, they burn little Annie in that giant funeral pyre with the Muppets. The Empire basically fractures, and the largest fracture of the Empire is called the Imperial Remnant. And that's actually the flag that's in the background where the stormtroopers are turning around and they're kind of like at attention. So it seems to me like maybe JJ has read some of these books and he's pulling some influences away, from the novelizations. But one of the things that I want to point out that I thought was so absolutely amazing and just bizarre to me is the Sith Inquisitor that you see in the movie. And now that's a real Sith kind of thing, right? Like, there's not just Sith Lords and stuff. They actually have, like, divisions and whatever. We're not going to get into that because that's boring. But basically the dude that's there is like a heavy force user. They call them Sith Inquisitors. And he has a mask on, but it's not just any mask, right? That looks to me like the mask of Darth Revan, who is like the central figure of all the Knights of the Old Republic books and all the Knights of the Old Republic video games. Darth Revan was a guy during the Jedi Civil War who the first Emperor imprisoned for 400 years and basically tortured this guy until he went absolutely, completely fucking bananas and he became a Sith Lord himself, but he didn't just become any Sith Lord, right? He became a Sith Lord that decided he was just going to fucking toast the Sith and the Jedi because they were both wrong. So the Sith...
Just so I can catch up. So everything you're talking about now is the expanded universe. Those of us who have only seen the movies don't really have any outside information about this unless we've looked at other Star Wars stuff.
Yes and no. It's part of the expanded universe, but it's part of what Lucas considers canon A, which is stuff that basically he's written or he's allowed other people to write through him. And the Knights of the Old Republic game series takes place about 1,000 years before Episode 1 does. And it sort of it was developed by LucasArts, which is, the video game franchise division of Lucasfilms. And so they produced 2 of these games, and Darth Revan was like the central character throughout that series. And he also features in the MMO that I play, which is Star Wars: The Old Republic. Revan comes back, and he decides that the Sith and the Republic are basically,
They both suck.
Yeah, they should just both be annihilated.
Okay.
So
kind of like Putin right now.
Yeah, Sort of like, yeah. Sort of like Putin. He just comes in and he's like, well, this is mine now. Now nobody gets it.
Okay. So what do you think is the significance of somebody that looks like the Darth Revan character in episode 7?
I think it's Luke Skywalker.
Whoa.
I think that the Sith Lord that's in the movie, I think it's Luke Skywalker. Because that would sort of jive, right? Like, because it's Revan's mask, and if he's got Revan's mask, it means that he's like been, plowing through the Emperor's old shit in the basement of the old Jedi temple.
Right.
And that's where
You're
Revan's
looking to
mask
sell some
is stored.
stuff on eBay.
Yeah.
Right.
So, the Emperor's dead, so Luke is like fishing through all his old crap in his house, and he found that, and I don't know. I mean, I'm just kind of, spitballing here, but that was what I took away from it. What do you think about the trailer?
Whoa. Well, I'm blown away by this theory. I don't know about that, because that's a pretty quick demise to the beloved Luke Skywalker if they're showing him like that in the first movie.
But maybe they won't reveal that it's him at first. They'll do like a Vader, Obi-Wan kind of thing.
Oh, all right. It's plausible, I guess. Well, I'm very happy with the trailer because I was so disappointed with the first one. I was really crushed because that to me looked like the prequels all over again, and I'm sure that little R2-D2 head on the friggin' bocce ball will grow on me. But I didn't like seeing that in the first trailer. But this one...
It was riding Grimace's testicle, didn't it? The little purple thing from McDonald's. Okay.
Was that purple?
I don't know. I thought it was purple. I didn't really pay attention. I just remember it looked like he was fucking R2-D2, like, drunk riding on a testicle or something.
It was all sandy. I didn't notice what color it was.
His dong falling.
That's what she said. So I like the second one much better, and of course the imagery was much more compelling because you had the opening and you had the crashed Star Destroyer and you had the crashed X-wing, but then you're like, well, wait a minute, that can't be well, it could be Tatooine, but I don't know about any battles like that over Tatooine that we ever heard of, so it was a lot of cool stuff. And then of course Han Solo in the end and Chewbacca. Are you kidding me? And he had the Han Solo hair and outfit. That's
Chewie, we're home.
I cried. A lot of grown.
I mean, I have to say that trailer reduced more than one grown man to tears, and it has right now, as of right now, it has 42 million views on YouTube, 500,000 upvotes, and like 6,000 downvotes. I mean, Jesus Christ himself could not make a video, put it on YouTube, and get that great of an up and down variance. I think so, anyway. No? So I think we're gonna take a break here in 3 seconds, and we will be right back.
Not on my watch, our military service members say, as they volunteer to serve. As they move out, stand firm, and take fire. So not on our watch, we say, to the severely ill or injured veterans who can't get the care they deserve to live full and independent lives, even when there's no government funding, or a nursing home seems like the only option. We won't leave one warrior behind. Not on our watch. Join us at findwwp.org.
And we're back talking about the biggest news to Bill and myself in the last decade or so, the upcoming sequel to Star Wars Episode 7. And we have a Who Knew segment coming up that if you're a Star Wars fan and or a Star Trek fan, it might blow you away.
Literally.
Literally. Well, not Joe Biden literally, but almost literally. But Bill, I want to hear about your tie-in to politics that you promised us.
Oh. Well, I say it on Twitter all the time when I talk about Star Wars, right? If you sort of look at the Galactic Republic and you look at the Empire as a whole, right? The Galactic Republic basically existed for 10,000 years, right? What did they invent? Fucking laser swords and robes. Right? That's basically it. I mean, they invented laser swords, robes, and a large bullshit United Nations. An intergalactic United Nations. The Empire, the first quote-unquote galactic empire, even though it's really the second, the Galactic Empire exists for, 12 years? They fucking built 2 Death Stars! I mean, come on, man!
Yeah, they have some efficiency.
The Senate's the Republic Senate is basically sitting there toiling away, trying to wring their hands over whether or not they're going to intercede in a dispute over trade, and people are being murdered on the planet. And they have to,
that sounds familiar, huh?
Yeah, it's a lot like, yeah, I mean, it's basically like if Space Obama ran, the United Nations. It's ridiculous. I mean,
what is it? What's his name? Chancellor. Was it Chancellor Valorum?
Valorum, yeah.
What did he say? Will you wait until we send an investigation to determine your claim? It's like, hey, I've got robots out the wazoo. Can you please come help us?
No. We have to investigate first, and then we have to form a committee to decide whether to investigate.
Mm-hmm.
Palpatine just built the fucking Death Star, and he's like, y'all niggas can't get along. I'm just gonna blow you both up.
It's like, get off your ass, General Zod. We need some help here.
Dude, you guys can't get along. I'll just blow both of your fucking planets up. I don't care.
Now, Chancellor Valorum is, you might be too young for this, Bill. Chancellor Valorum from the prequels was the infamous General Zod in the Superman 2 movie with Christopher Reeve.
I have heard that rumor. I have also seen that movie. I am very ashamed to say I have seen that movie. All of those, dude, all of those Superman movies were terrible except for the first one.
Watch it now.
But especially the one with the nuclear weapons. That was the worst of them all. I mean, that was just...
Oh, yeah, they put him in. They put his DNA into the sun.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, forget it. Let's not talk about that. Rest in peace, Christopher Reeve.
Okay, so from sunburns and pollution to Earth Day. Go ahead.
I'm going to come back for the what's new though. Who knew?
No. Tell them about Earth Day. What's the deal with Earth Day? It is the what anniversary of Earth Day?
It's the 45th anniversary of Earth Day. Thank God they started it because the planet Earth is still here.
Yes, I know. It was started by a man in 1976, I believe. 1970. Yeah, that's right. That would be 45.
45 years.
I went to.
Do you even math, bro?
No, I went to public school. So, it was started in 1970, as she pointed out correctly, because I can't add or speak. It was started in 1970 by a man named Ira Einhorn, and you might recognize that last name from Ace Ventura, right? Remember? Einhorn, the detective who was really a man? Remember?
I'm sorry, I don't like Jim Carrey. Sorry.
Anyway.
Who does?
that's a story for another show.
Continue, yes.
It was started by Ira Einhorn, who is basically a crunchy, tofu-eating, hippie washout. But he's really famous, besides the fact that he is the founder and creator of Earth Day. He is famous because he takes his environmentalism very seriously. Do you know how he did that?
How did he do that?
He composted his fucking girlfriend because she tried to leave him. In 1977, his girlfriend came to visit him and told him that she was leaving him. And so she said she was coming by to pick her stuff up, and she was leaving him. And nobody ever saw her again. So,
she left out a different door, if you will.
Yeah, much different door. What happened, according to the police, is that she came to visit him. He was home. They got into an argument. He beat her to death, and then he stuffed her body into a trunk, wrapped in plastic wrap, wrapped in bubble wrap, of all things. How environmental.
That's not very environmental.
It's really not. Neither is murdering your girlfriend, I think. So he stuffed her body into a large trunk, threw some mothballs and fertilizer and air freshener into the trunk, and then just walked out of the house. They questioned him a couple of times, and his excuse was, she went to go buy some tofu, and I'm not kidding. That's what he really said.
I know.
He said that she went to they got into an argument because she wanted tofu and some stuff that they didn't grow in the co-op that he lived in, the food co-op, because they lived above a food co-op. And he said that they did. Of course. And so they got into a fight, and he never saw her again. She just walked away. Well, so what ended up happening is he just abandoned the apartment at some point, and a neighbor had this red sludge leaking through their ceiling.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and so they complained to the landlord, who investigated and smelled something really rank coming out of Ira's house, out of Ira's apartment. So
he probably always smelled something rank coming out of there. This was just a different rank.
Yeah. Well, so now it's interesting to know that the reason that they called the cops was not because they thought the girlfriend was dead in there. It was because they thought that he had died in there. They thought that,
God forgive me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, everybody, that I keep laughing about this story about death, but come on.
Yeah, so they thought that maybe Mr. Einhorn had met with foul play, or he'd died of natural causes. Nobody had seen him for 18 months. So they just thought maybe he died. So the police went into the apartment, and they couldn't find anything. And after about 6 hours of looking, they found this trunk in his closet with her body in it, and she was basically composted. He filled it with fertilizer and some styrofoam and packing peanuts and crap like that. And
was it organic fertilizer?
It is now. So he fled to Europe, where he was living in Germany for a couple of years, and his last name is Einhorn, so that means one horn in English, and so they called him the Unicorn Killer in Germany, and the name just stuck. And that's the guy that founded Earth Day. So why don't you tell us a bit about it?
It's kind of funny that you don't hear about that. Yeah, you don't.
Yeah, I can't imagine why they would skip that one at orientation.
About the EPA or anyone really embracing Mr. Einhorn as the founder. I mean, I would say if you're gonna be a crunchy leftist and commit capital murder, I mean, you can't really go a more holistic green way to do it, I dare say. I mean, he didn't use a gun.
Well, this is true.
So I understand that he fled to Europe. He married a Swedish woman, lived with her in a windmill. They found them in a windmill. And France wouldn't extradite him for a number of years. Go figure.
France won't. France for a very long time would not extradite Roman Polanski either.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, that's where he was originally. Was France and then Poland.
Oh wow. Okay. So ultimately, I think they finally we got them to surrender, if you will, in 2001, and his attorney. During this time was future Senator Arlen Specter.
Yes, that's true.
So,
do you know who the man do you know what the name of the man that they replace him with in the annals of Earth Day history is now? Because there's been a process of de-Stalinization with Ira Einhorn. Salon.com is the only site that'll still admit he's the founder. Do you know who do you know who they've replaced him with?
Was it an EPA guy?
Nelson, I don't know. Well, he was a senator at the time.
Okay, tell me.
Gaylord Nelson.
Yeah, Nelson.
Yeah. So that's their choices. A man named Gaylord Nelson, or a sociopath,
or the unicorn.
Or the unicorn killer who murdered and composted his girlfriend and then got caught in a windmill hanging out with the Dutch.
They call me the unicorn. So I have another piece to this. There's a publicist who she is a writer, and she's a publicist for sports, I think. No, she's a real estate publicist, and she has picked up some kind of hobby of writing to life term inmates that she finds particularly fascinating. So for a few years, she's been corresponding with a bunch of murderers, including Ira Einhorn. And her name is Kelly Briquelet. Funny, that sounds French too. Those French. Je suis Charlie. And there's some transcript of what he wrote to her, and I want to read this because holy friggin' leftist. It's like you could basically, besides the fact that he murdered his girlfriend, which I guess not all of them do, you could put these words in the mouth of basically any middle-aged uber left dude out there. So I'm just going to give you a little bit of this transcript. You ready?
I was born ready to hear some creepy love letters from a murderer.
Yeah, so check this out. I'm an empath. So labeling me as a sociopath is silly. When you're intelligent and have some ability to introspect, you early on or eventually realize that it's easy to manipulate almost everyone you meet. You or I made a choice. No manipulation, which people often take as the ultimate manipulation. Too easy. Not interesting. What is of great interest is direct open communication, which is what I did for years in the 70s. I ran a network, 300 people in 27 countries. The New Yorker called it the internet before the internet. The participants were an international who's who.
Wow.
Really?
I feel like I have to take a fucking bath now.
Is that like you?
Jesus Christ.
Like that's everybody from Media Matters. That's like their Facebook bio.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so let me add something to this because I know that at least Conservatwins is really interested in this.
Mm-hmm.
when he was arrested and he was put on trial, his defense that he forced his lawyers to use was this: the CIA murdered her, and it was done to discredit me.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
He's fucking insane. I mean, damn.
Well, you know what, though? That's really that's the difference between the super leftists of the 60s and 70s and the super leftists of today. They used to blame the government.
Yeah, but that's like
Today
some
they're
that's like
hand
some
in hand with
MK. That's like some MK Ultra kind of shit. And by the way, we're not going to get into that. If you really want to know what that is, go Google that. That's a pretty fascinating story. But we're not going to get into that. TLDR, the CIA gave a bunch of hippies some acid and speed and tried to pretend they were psychics. We're not going to go into that though. But I suspect he might actually, be a result of that.
I believe it. So interesting recap of the true founder of Earth Day. I hope everybody celebrates every year with reminding the hypocrite participants who they're celebrating along with the day. And as a part of that, I found some predictions made on or around the first Earth Day 45 years ago, back in 1970. And I dare say that the climate cultists of today have a lot to answer for if they think they're doing as well as their predecessors back in the 70s. So, prediction number 1 by Harvard biologist George Wald. Civilization will end within 15 or 30 years unless immediate action is taken against problems facing mankind. That worked.
I agree.
Let's see what else is a good one. Washington University biologist Barry Commoner, or as they call him, Barack. We are in an environmental crisis which threatens the survival of this nation and of the world as a suitable place of human habitation. Very important to throw away those paper goods and recycle in 1970.
Yes, and very important, right? When you put your girlfriend in a trunk, always use biodegradable materials, not
Absolutely.
like Mr. Einhorn.
Dennis Hayes, chief organizer for Earth Day. Well, I think a Mr. Einhorn would dispute that. It is already too late to avoid mass starvation.
Well, yeah, I don't think that happened either.
Well, I don't know. I wish I could use some mass starvation myself. I'm trying to get into a bikini in 2 months. Okay, Paul Ehrlich. Air pollution is certainly going to take hundreds of thousands of lives in the next few years alone. And my
he must be talking about China.
And my favorite, Newsweek magazine, back when they were probably turning a profit. One theory assumes that the Earth's cloud cover will continue to thicken as more dust, fumes, and water vapor are belched into the atmosphere by industrial smokestacks and jet planes. Screened from the sun's heat, the planet will cool, the water vapor will fall and freeze, and a new ice age will be born.
Yeah, it's pretty cold here. Not really. I'd say it's more temperate than cold.
I dare say Newsweek magazine is a global warming denier.
I would suggest that Newsweek magazine, stick to their day job, but I don't think they have one anymore.
All right, we are going to take a break, and we'll be back after this.
We here at Polititainment love to read. Well, except Paul, but, anyway. Thing is, we're all super busy, and rarely is there a moment where we can just sit down for an hour and get caught up on the book we've been wanting to read. Many of us just don't have the time. But what we do have is a smartphone, a tablet, and a subscription to Audible.com. You see, Audible.com gives us the ability to get caught up on the books we want to read, but it's the audio version that in many instances is narrated by the author. So this way we can hear a chapter 2 on the way to work, while cutting the grass, or while in the bathroom. Hey, don't act like you don't do that too. And Audible is part of Amazon, so there are hundreds of thousands of books to choose from. If we just described you, a person who loves to read and just doesn't have the time, then we want to hook you up. Go to audibletrial.com/Polititainment and you get a free month trial. And that includes one free book. Yes, even new releases, for free. You get a 30-day free trial with no strings attached. And at the same time, you help out your friends at Polititainment. Go to audibletrial.com/Polititainment. Get your books on the go by going to audibletrial.com/Polititainment today. Thanks.
And we're back on The Right Angle with Bill and Leslie. Thank you so much for tuning in with us on episode 2, The Search for More Listeners. We wanted to talk about something really interesting that happened in the last few days with regard to a conservative journalism outfit and some confusion about Marco Rubio's remarks in Spanish on Univision. It was really interesting and kind of troubling how that played out, Bill.
Yeah, basically, Marco Rubio was at a Spanish-speaking forum hosted by Univision, and he was asked a question about amnesty, and I'm not going to really get into the finer points of the way that he answered the question, but when the event was over, there was a transcript provided by Grabian that was sent out to the media to use for reference if they wanted to write stories. And so Matthew Boyle from Breitbart, one of my personally favorite writers at Breitbart, he wrote this story about Rubio saying that Rubio had said that amnesty for illegal aliens was important and sort of hinted that Rubio was in favor of amnesty, but that's not really what he said. So if you look at the transcription of what Rubio said, there was an English and a Spanish language translation. So Matthew read the English translation, did not read the Spanish translation, otherwise he'd have noticed the discrepancy in the translations. He went with the English translation rather than talking to anybody at Rubio's campaign. He just said, "Ah, the hell with it, I got a gotcha moment," and he wrote the story. But another writer at Breitbart noticed the discrepancy and then wrote a story contradicting Matthew's story, Sarah Rumpf, and said basically, look, he got it wrong. And anybody who read her story, like me, would probably have considered that to be a retraction of the first story. But the story that Matthew wrote rode the front page of Breitbart.com for 4 days. In fact, I think it's still up there now. And after all this was said and done, Matthew went back yesterday and wrote a third story and said, no, I talked to somebody at Rubio's camp, and they told me that I got it right. Well, they can't both be right. So that's basically the story, and I'm not going to really get too much deeper into that because it just really annoys me. But the takeaway that I get from this is that this was a forum hosted by Univision, who has multiple executives and CEOs who have donated disgusting amounts of money to Hillary Clinton's campaign. The translation was provided by Grabian, who also has a number of executives who are in the bag for Hillary. So it seems to me, when you're trusting transcriptions from leftists in an institutional way like this in Spanish media, that maybe if you see something that sounds just too awful to be true for a conservative to have said, maybe you should ask them and not just go with what the guys on the left wrote and said, yeah, he said that. What do you think?
So, are you so you're saying that you think Univision being in the tank for Hillary, known to be in the tank for Hillary, was playing some shenanigans with Rubio translation, basically hoping that someone, or probably hoping more than mainstream media would pick that up.
And everybody, and a number of people did. The Daily Caller wrote a story about it, using Boyle's story as their copy edit, I would think. And so did CBS. The only distinction is that while CBS and the Daily Caller inline edited their stories and included an update saying, well, our bad, we kind of goofed this up, Breitbart let it ride on the page for 4 days and offered no correction at all. And I think, like I said, it's really disgusting, I think, because, Andrew Breitbart basically said, look, I don't really care who runs for president. I'm in the tank for whoever wins the nomination. I'm for whoever I think will beat Barack Obama, right?
Right.
Obama is the dude I want to lose. I really don't care about the people on our side. And I think when I just think it's a terrible disservice to politics and to our side to allow stupid things like this to thin the herd. And I don't think that conservative sites, especially ones that are named after really great people like Andrew Breitbart, ought to be looking for gotcha moments against other conservatives in an election year. That's just me.
Well, I have mixed feelings about that, because I think that there is vetting that needs to be done of our side and of the candidates on our side, and better that the legitimate vetting gets done as early as possible.
But this wasn't legitimate vetting.
I know. I'm getting there. That it gets done as early as possible, particularly before a lot of people, as you and I talked about something about this earlier, before a lot of people with not a lot of money donate to a candidate that ultimately, if he or she were vetted properly by our side, maybe wouldn't have gotten so far. And those people could have taken their hard-earned money and donated it to a better vetted candidate and a better candidate to propel that candidate further in the process. So I am for legitimate vetting on our side of our candidates. I am not for, as you say, a stupid mistake, if that's what it is, and I'm not going to make valued judgments about that, because I personally haven't read these stories in depth, and I haven't read the timeline between the first, second, and third stories. But no, our media, right-leaning media, they can't be making those kind of mistakes, because, as we all know, leftists and left-wing media will take the ball and run with it as fast as they can, and you can't ever get it back. And what really confuses me about this story is how, what is it with keeping all of those stories up on the page rather than, as you said, doing like an inline edit or an inline retraction? I mean, for the more casual reader, that's confusing as hell.
Yeah, I'm all for the left doing free vetting for us. I think that's actually really great. I think that there are a lot of really legitimate things that we should ask candidates, like, I don't know, why does Rand Paul have somebody that works for him that says Edward Snowden should win the Peace Prize? I don't know.
Oh, damn.
But these are legitimate questions that you ought to ask. Are these the types of people that you'll surround yourself with? And Scott Walker had that kind of incident with Liz Meyer, and I'm sure Rand Paul will have it with Libertarian Girl. I think that's her Twitter name.
What's that? Her superhero name?
Yeah, yeah. It's unfortunate, I know, but I think we have there's a lot of things that we should be asking candidates, but I I don't think that we should proactively look for gotcha moments like this, because, like I said, if it sounds too good to be true and a leftist told you about it and it's bad for us and good for them, chances are it's probably a lie. Because whenever somebody on the left says something to me about a candidate on the right, and they tell me something really awful that would discourage me from voting for them, the first thing I think is, how are they trying to screw me?
Right.
Because that's what politics is, right? It's some like really Sith Lord kind of shit, right? It's just basically cloak and dagger, And
Yes.
Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen, Breitbart.
Oh, but no, and you're right about the money thing too. Look at Hillary Clinton, right? She has, and I promised that we would talk about this. Hillary Clinton has a war chest of potentially $2.5 billion. Really think about that.
That's why I was laughing before as I was trying to say my point, because party in Brooklyn, bring Arab money.
She has $2.52 billion. That's billion with a B. Do you know how much money Donald Trump has just as a net worth? 4.1. That means that she has half as much money as Donald Trump does.
Just to run for president.
Just to run for friggin' president. So, guys like Martin O'Malley and Bill de Blasio, while I disagree with them politically, I think that they make a terrific point. Hillary's had her time. She's had like a movie once, what's his face, the creepy guy in Jurassic Park once said, fucking dinosaurs had their chance. Hillary Clinton had her, Jeff Goldblum, that nervous fucking weirdo. I mean, Clinton had her chance. She had her chance, and the voters selected her for fucking extinction. So I don't understand where all this money is coming from, and I get kind of cute about it on Twitter, but it's probably mostly Arabs. The Saudis are donating money hand over fist. But Martin O'Malley makes a terrific point, which is that, everybody's donating for Hillary, but what if she washes out? Now there's no money for Martin. Now there's no money for Martin O'Malley. He's got to stand down on the corner with a sign. Come on, man, give old Marty some money, man. Come on, like that guy on The Simpsons. On
The
Gil?
Simpsons, right?
Old Gil. Come on, man, give me some money, man. Come on, give me some of that sweet do-re me. Marty wants to be president of the USA.
Come on, man.
No, don't sign Tsarnaev on the back of the check. Oh, I can't cash that. My banker's a Jew. I can't cash that. Ah, criminy. But seriously, I mean, there's no money left for anyone else. Everybody has already dug in and staked out a spot, and it's Hillary. And people like Martin O'Malley and Bill de Blasio, and I was a progressive just like them, they realize that she's a phony piece of shit. They know it. They're not stupid. They're politically stupid, but economically or whatever, they're not as stupid as you think they are. Bill de Blasio knows she's a phony fuck who just wants to be president because it's like a prestige thing for her, because she thinks that she should rule us all. Right?
You could say that she has a gravitational pull of a moon.
You know what happens with moons when they have really large gravitational pulls?
What happens?
I think they explode, don't they?
Oh my goodness, what an amazing segue to Who Knew? Also known as
I shit you not.
That's right.
I forgot we were doing that.
So I've been very excited to share this Who Knew, and I dare say that this this information that I'm going to share with our listeners in the Who Knew is where you decided, Bill, that we were really going to be friends.
Possibly.
Don't you think? That's when you knew I was a cut above your usual science fiction fan.
Even though you told me about it last year.
Yeah.
Okay, go on. Come on. Tell them the story.
All right.
Great.
So back to Star Wars. In the 1997, the much maligned 1997 release of the Star Wars Special Edition movies, particularly Star Wars Episode 4, or as normal people call it, Star Wars, there were two explosions. There was the explosion of Alderaan and the Death Star, and they remade the effects of those explosions, and they put in what's called a planar shockwave. And that's where you have the halo, like the two-dimensional ring that goes out, on one plane and makes a shockwave, looks like Saturn rings or a halo. So those were added to the special edition. That was an effect that was built by Industrial Light and Magic, George Lucas's special effects company, and it's known as the Praxis effect.
Which comes from where?
The reason that it's known as the Praxis effect is that it actually comes from Star Trek. Because Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country, released in 1991, the effects were done by George Lucas's Industrial Light and Magic. And the beginning of the movie, it's actually the first scene in the movie, the explosion of the Klingon moon Praxis is probably the first, most well-known to that date, the first use of the Praxis effect. And that's why it's called the Praxis effect in subsequent use.
Isn't that really amazing?
Does that blow your mind, Billy, literally?
Yes, it does.
Literally. So a couple more things about that I found out. It's actually not the first time that type of effect is seen. I think it was shown first in 1979. I want to say in I just had it. It was a famous movie in 1979. I almost want to say 2001: A Space Odyssey.
I don't know if that's the movie.
I don't know, but it was first seen in 1979. It was also seen in one of the Alien movies with Sigourney Weaver.
That it actually was in.
And subsequently in a bunch of other movies, certainly in future Star Wars movies. And there, of course, like any effect in science fiction, there are a bunch of geeks that are a little bit geekier than I that have to break down the actual physics and the real science behind it to determine if that's something that would actually happen? Could that actually happen? And so there was an astronomer named Phil Plait who weighed in on it, and he said that in an explosion of a spherical body such as a moon, Praxis, or a planet, Alderaan, you really are unlikely to see an effect like that where there's like a halo that goes out in one plane because everything's just going to explode equally in several directions. However, with the Death Star, where the surface, what the hell is it called? The surface integrity is compromised because the Death Star has that damn trench that goes all the way around the hemisphere of it, you actually could see an explosion like that, a planar shockwave.
Wow. That's a lot of science.
Thank you. I know. Does your head hurt? Hey, I'm not just a cute angle. I have some science.
Okay, that was good. So I'm pretty excited. We have a couple minutes left. I was able to pre-order the Apple Watch, and mine was set to preparing to ship as of yesterday. So it will probably ship out tomorrow, and I will have it on Friday, just like everybody else. So I am pretty happy about that.
You're a plebe.
I am.
I thought you were Tim Cook's favorite.
He takes issue when you send him emails and tell him that if he really cares about the world, then, maybe he should stop using North Korean slave labor to make his IMAX.
Oh,
really
and doing
mad when you say that to him.
And doing and complaining about pay gap and other women's issues in this country, and doing business with the women abusers in the Middle East.
Yeah, it's well, they're just selling a product for gay people there called iHang. It's really popular in Iran.
Thank you for tuning in to the last episode of The Right Angle. This is Bill being an obtuse angle.
That was awful, wasn't it? I'm glad I can say that on here. It's not real radio. FCC won't come and arrest me.
Thank you. Well, on that note, let's thank the K98.com PD and producer of our show, Ricky the Body Robinson. Thanks as always, and we want to thank everybody at Polititainment for bringing us onto their network. And where can we find you, Bill?
I am on Twitter at Defend Wall Street, and street is just ST. You can find me on Twitter, and if you want to tweet at me, please don't do so about Donald Trump, because I've already had my fill of that for today.
And where do you write?
I write at I write a column at Polititainment called Kill Bill, where I will be writing a story about how I hate Donald Trump tomorrow.
Well, you're in good company. I think some of the National Review guys are with you on that.
Oh yeah, I know. I heard about that.
Stand with Jonah. And I am L.A. Dowd on Twitter, LADOWD. I only write on Twitter at this time, but you can hear my voice on the intros of Midnight Movie Cowboys and the occasional Midnight Movie Cowboys podcast, and on the Snark Factor with Fingers Malloy. And thank you very much for tuning in again. We'll see you next week. And may the force be with you.
Today, the light bulb's getting dim. There's meltdown in the sky.
Before we get this podcast started, we want to let you in on a little something. If you shop on Amazon like, I don't know, everybody, instead of going straight to Amazon.com to do your shopping, do your friends at Polititainment a favor. You see, Polititainment.net is an Amazon partner. So here's what that means if you want to shop on Amazon. Instead of going to Amazon.com directly, go to Polititainment.net. You'll see an Amazon banner at the top of the page. You click on that banner, and it takes you to Amazon. You buy stuff like always, but a portion of everything you buy goes to Polititainment. Shop on Amazon and help us grow at the same time. Again, just go to Polititainment.net and click on the Amazon banner at the top of the page. Now, enjoy the show.
Warning, the show you're about to hear may have drug references, and the hosts may act stoned, but in reality, they're just stupid. Their opinions reflect nobody's, not even their own. Now, please enjoy your regularly scheduled debacle.
Two hosts that are different from those that aren't so different. It's Angie. It's Paul. It's real, serious nonsense.
One, two, three, four. Noise, noise, noise. Smoking weed, doing coke, drinking beers, beers. Rolling fatties, smoking blunts. Who smokes the blunts? We smoke the blunts. Rolling blunts and smoking.
All right. I think that you have made it to the show. I'm not positive. Can they? They can't hear you. Can they hear me? Because I can hear me. Awesome. It's going to be Angie's show where Angie continues to hear herself echo through polls.
All right, there we go. I fixed it. I had the wrong microphone selected. Hey, after as long as I went through trying to fix that crap, I'm happy. I'm happy to be on the air. This is probably the first time I had 27 episodes. Guys, I'm happy to be here.
Oh, and this is well, I'm usually happy to get on the air, I think. Actually, I'm kind of indifferent, which means that I'm like generally like someone who would smoke pot, right? Aren't they usually indifferent?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Look, I don't know. I don't know what to think. I've been fighting with this thing now. It's now 9:45. Remember last week? Last week when I said one day we'll get on at 9:02? Yeah, we completely missed that bar.
9:45. It's like you were stoned.
Yeah.
It's like you did it on purpose. But at least, you know, of all the people that you could have to be working with, at least you're working with me. Like, I really don't care. We could go on, you know. It didn't bother me. I'm not going to give you any trouble about it or anything.
But look, this is what irritates me is, you know, I put no effort into preparing for the show whatsoever. Sometimes I don't even just steal your hashtags and I post them online. Today, I actually made sounds. I picked special 420 music. I've got, I was ready to go. Preparations for suckers.
This show was, like, so up your alley. You were so excited about it. Like, oh, man, I got this. It's the Stoner Show. It's 420. I've got it. And then, like, everything goes wrong.
Right, because I've been telling you, I'm excited about this show. I was so excited. I made sounds. I made music. I made an intro, which I really enjoyed making it. I thought it turned out good, and just I've got nothing now. Like I don't know. I got all these different little sound clips. Nothing.
Well, honestly, out of all of the episodes, all the shows that we've ever done, this is the least prepared that I've ever been for a show. I didn't read a single one of the stories, even the one that I sent you. I didn't read it. I just said, "Hey, this headline looks funny. We should talk about this." Never read it. Have no idea what the whole story is about. I didn't. I'm so not prepared to do the show that it's not even funny.
The good news is we don't even have time to cover any stories whatsoever.
I know. Well, it actually works out for me. It's going to continue to allow me to act like, you know, that I actually prepare for things and that I'm the one who, you know, takes care of stuff and that you always screw stuff up. It's going to really help our whole show dynamic. It's going to keep it in place.
All right. So, let's start with this because I put a lot of effort into this, and if this damn thing goes down and I don't get to play this, I'm gonna be mad.
Okay.
So this is the special thing that I made for you earlier this week, and I want to play it, and I think it's extremely appropriate for today. You ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
It's 420, y'all. Maybe this song will explain a lot of the things that go on at Real Serious Nonsense. La da 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 la yeah. La da 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 la da 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 la da da da. I was gonna cook dinner and then I got high. I was gonna make a great meatloaf and then I got high. Now I'm eating Doritos and I know why. Why, man? Because I'm high. Yeah. Because I'm high. Because I'm high. I was gonna go to class before I got high. Come on, check it out. I was gonna learn how to produce a show, but then I got high. And now this shit won't work, and I don't know why. Why, man? Perfect, right? Because I got high. Yeah. Because I got high. Because I got high. Go to the next one. Go to the next one. I was gonna read the stories, but then I got high. Yeah. I promised Angie I would know what was up before I got high. Yeah. And now our show just sucks, and I know why. Why, man? Because I got high. Because I got high. Because I got high. That's it.
That was so perfect. That is so hilarious. Oh, if anybody ever wanted to know like how our show really is, it's stuff like that. He does that kind of stuff, and then I sit there and laugh at it. And that is exactly like our whole show. That is what we are like.
Yeah,
on the show, off the show, the whole thing.
though it was pre-recorded, it was completely improv. I just played it once and sung it, and that was it. So I wasn't trying to sound good.
I loved it. That's great. I think that was awesome. And the one time that you prepared something, the show doesn't start 45 minutes late. Oh, that's awesome.
I got
I
music,
feel like this
breaks.
is what people must feel like when they get high, because I'm like just laughing and think it's hilarious. I don't even care if we talk about anything else on the show tonight. It doesn't bother.
Right.
It's awesome.
I even got like little sound clips.
Well, fire it up, Holmes. All right.
I mean, what kind of...
Star, man. Go ahead, after you, King Salami.
I got sound clips from a movie I've never even seen. I mean, come on.
I know. I cannot believe you've never seen Up in Smoke. Like, Donna was like, hey, Angie, have you ever seen Up in Smoke? Of course I've seen Up in Smoke. Like, what culturally illiterate person has not seen Up in Smoke? Like, whether you smoke or not.
How old is the movie, though? I think it came out before I was born.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how old it is. It's Cheech and Chong, and everybody has to see it. Like, I mean, hey, you've never seen That's Pee? Like that whole scene where, that's pee, man, it's pee. You smell like pee. You have to have seen that.
No, I've never seen it. And I may have seen it referenced on other things. I just didn't know. I mean, and I would say the oldest movie I've ever seen was probably like Short Circuit. But I know I've seen like Wizard of Oz, obviously, and stuff like that. But that's about it. So anything from before Short Circuit, I love that movie. Anything from before Short Circuit, I know nothing.
Are you talking about the robot with Ali Sheedy, Short Circuit? That movie was so bad.
It was not bad.
Like it's a bad movie.
Johnny Five is alive.
That is a bad movie. But I really
it's
can't
not.
believe it's Up in Smoke. Even if you like, I don't even smoke. Like, I'm not into any of that, and I never really have been. I was always like a pretty good kid and stuff, but even I've seen it. Like, you have to have seen it. You need to see it. It's something you need to see.
You tell me that all the time. You always tell me all these movies are great.
That's true, but there are some good movies out there other than Short Circuit. Jeez.
I was like 6. That was great. I love Short Circuit.
Well, tonight we were going to talk about like all the myths of like all the political myths that are floating around about conservatives, and we can hit a couple of them. We can try to hit a couple of them anyway.
Okay,
if
just
you
remember
want
we
to.
still have a hashtag hodgepodge too. So.
Okay, well we could do a very abbreviated show, and Daniel said we could run over a little bit because he's sweet.
Awesome.
So we'll go to like 9:15, and then
9:15?
Yeah.
Did you move to a different time zone?
I mean 10:15.
Right.
15. I must be high. It's the 420 show.
All right, let's do the myths, and let's take a break at like 9:02, so I can kind of like play a few of the songs that I pulled, and that's it. So we can just do 10 minutes of let's talk about myths. So since you're so prepared, Angie, today.
I'm really not prepared, but we'll go through the myths real quickly. Like,
okay.
The biggest myth, I think, is that all conservatives are old, rich, white guys.
Well, clearly we're both old, rich, and white.
But neither one of us are any of those things.
Well, I'm white. I'm white.
I'm kind of old, and I'm partly, mostly white, but not completely.
What I just realized, and this isn't because and anybody that knows me knows that this isn't an issue, but I was going to say I'm white and I'm proud of that, but that would be like totally racist. That's like KKK stuff, right? White pride.
Yeah, white.
I had to like censor myself from saying I'm proud to be white. You should have white shame. So anyway, we go off on that tangent there too.
Well, I just think it's hilarious because as far as like if you look at even just like the past elections and who are currently running for president, like the old white person is on the Democrat side. And we have like two Hispanics and
yeah, we got two first generation Americans pretty much, right?
Yeah.
Between Rubio and Cruz.
Yeah.
I mean that seems I mean you look at, and I'm not endorsing anybody at the moment, and honestly I like Rand Paul, but he looks kind of old. So let's just look at Rubio, Walker. I'm sorry, he does. I'm a fan of Rand Paul. Once again, I'm not endorsing him because I know that's what everybody's waiting for is the poll endorsement. But let's look at Rubio. Let's look at Walker, who may not be officially in yet, and let's look at Cruz, and then look at Hillary. And it's not because she's a woman and people say that, whatever, picking on her because of her age. I'm not picking on her because of her age. She just looks old. Look at the nice fresh faces that let's not look at Huckabee and Jeb.
Oh,
of course.
Huckabee. I'm sorry, but you don't need to announce your announcement, and
Wait.
you don't need to like.
How about Lindsey Graham? Lindsey Graham is 91% sure he's going to run. Is that really who's waiting for that guy to throw his hat in the ring?
I'm 91% sure that I will smack him in the face if I ever see him in person. I just dislike that man so much.
Is he really starting? He's trying to go for the first gay president, right? Is that what he's doing?
I don't know. I just dislike him. I dislike them both. But I mean, as far as the rest of the field goes, and look at even the last election. What we had: Tim Scott, Mia Love. We have all these people who are winning elections, but the Democrats still want to try to act like we are like the party of the old rich white people. Which I mean, I don't necessarily completely vote with the GOP all the time, and I don't even necessarily agree with them all the time because they can get on my nerves. But I just think that myth needs to just be blown out of the water and just stop it. It's a myth. It's just stupid. You can prove it not to be correct.
Agreed.
It's stupid. I don't like it.
That pretty much sums it up. Let's look at Hillary. Look at I don't know what Martin O'Malley looks like, but he sounds like an old white guy. The guy from New York, and then of course you got Biden. The guy from New York's old, right? What's his name?
I don't know. De Blasio? Are you talking about De Blasio?
Yeah, he's looking at getting in too.
Oh, yeah, he is old and white, and definitely Biden is old and white.
Yeah, and creepy. Don't forget creepy.
But and here's another thing too, though. Even if there were some old rich white guys running, what's so bad about that? Old people are smart. They've been around for a while, and if they're rich, they obviously know how to do something, And I don't really care if they're white. So old, rich, and white, whatever. Who cares? If you're qualified and you're going to make some decent decisions, I don't really care. Too much,
I agree, but look at even. I mean, is there anybody in the race, getting in the race has more money than the Clintons?
No. Yeah. Well, I mean, she'll lie about it and say they're broke, but nobody does really. Yeah. And here's another one, and it really gets on my nerves: is that conservatives are obsessed with social issues. That's the only thing they think about. Conservatives are obsessed with social issues, blah, blah, blah. It's all about, this and that. When really, even if you try to drop those social issues, if you try not to talk about them, that's all the media or the left will bring up. It's like they're the ones who are obsessed with it.
Right. And there was two great examples of that this week. The media tried to pin Rand Paul on abortions, right?
Yep.
That was last week. That was fantastic, by the way. High five to Rand, not that he cares. And then another time they tried getting Rubio on, did he feel people were born gay or not? And that was right. On the Bob Schieffer show, I think.
Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, they focus on that. That's kind of the left's rallying cry. Oh my God, they're being mean to gays. Oh my God, they're trying to take a penny from underneath a woman's shoe. I don't know. I can't think of any good examples. I'm still kind of messed up from nothing.
You're still kind of high. Is that what you're saying?
The high from when you're panicked and your adrenaline's pumping. That's the high I got right now. And I will start coming down, and then I'll probably just fall asleep right before the show ends. So.
That'll work. I'm going to fall right to sleep because before the show started, I was so tired. I'm like, I'm so tired. I'm not going to be any good at this at all. But by the time we actually started, I was okay.
Yeah, see, that's what I was looking out for you. What other radio partner could you find that just delayed the start of an entire show, leaving everybody waiting in the chat room?
Just everybody, hold on. We'll start soon. We will. We promise. Wait for Angie to wake up a little bit.
Yeah. Right.
That works.
I was trying to shoulder the burden for you, but you just went there and threw it out there. But
here's another one that really gets on my nerves is when you're talking about social issues or whatever, and Obama tried to bring this up, he was talking about, medical marijuana, and he tries to act like everybody who's conservative is against this. Like, you and I are both pretty conservative on most issues, I think, and we're both fine with, like, legalized marijuana. Like, I could care less. Legalize it and just treat it like they do cigarettes and alcohol. To me, like, just regulate it, and I don't care.
Yeah, I totally think people should have the chance just to go and kind of, do this at their house and roll one and smoke it. And I'm trying to fit these damn sound clips in somewhere. I put a lot of effort into these. But yeah, I mean, even Obama's not for full out, legalization. I think that's kind of a issue that reaches both sides. But once again, like you said, they try to say that everybody's against it. And I know there's a lot of conservatives that are out there against it. And I just think we put way too much time and effort into chasing this when really, hey, if they want to kill their brain cells, I'm not going to do it. Legalize it all day long. Not my thing.
Right. Exactly. And it's not like I'm not saying, hey, legalize it and let people run around and drive high and make that okay or whatever. I mean, there has to be, I still think, some sort of regulation on it. Like, if you find it in someone's car, they should have to get tested. And I know that it stays in your system longer and that there's some problems with, like, you can't test it as securely and know that it's been in somebody's system for, such and such time, like how alcohol is.
This is the deal. You open up a bag of Doritos and you stand there and you hold it. If they cannot keep their hand out of that bag of Doritos, they have failed their sobriety test.
That sounds like a plan to me.
It's that simple. Cop-issued Dorito bags.
You'll be so proud of me. I actually ate pancakes tonight in honor of the show, so that I would feel like, okay, I'm getting prepared. We had pancakes, and my daughters actually had pancakes with chocolate syrup and powdered sugar on top of them. So it's like, okay, I feel like I'm prepared. Mine had just regular strawberry syrup. It wasn't chocolate syrup. So, but I liked it. I mean, I felt like it was like a good dinner, but I think that's probably what made me sleepy before we started.
Yeah, I had some pasta that I made like 5 days ago. It was still good. It was kind of like at that point to where it almost wasn't good, but it was really close. So...
I like that you still ate it. I'm proud of you. Okay, here's the next myth.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was saying.
Okay, I was going to say the next myth was that we're all racist and we hate poor people.
We don't? We don't hate poor
No.
people?
Well, seeing as how I'm like borderline on the poor scale, I would say no. It's just like, I mean, people think that just because you do certain things that you believe that people should help take care of themselves or be responsible for themselves, that you hate poor people. It's not that you hate poor people. It's just that you think that some people should like take responsibility for your own choices and your own actions. I had this lady on a feminism tag the other day tell me that she should be able to get paid whatever like is seen in her eyes as the correct thing, no matter what. Like, if she chooses to have children, her business, wherever she's working, is supposed to pay her however long she wants to take off, and her husband as well, so that they get paid the same. And I'm like, understand, I run a small business. I don't have any employees, but if I did, I couldn't afford to pay somebody to be off for 6 weeks. If you choose to have a child, you choose like where you're working at and stuff like that. Some people can't always pay like maternity leave. You have family medical leave you can take off. It doesn't mean you get to get paid for it. I mean, that's a choice. That's a personal choice and a personal responsibility. That's not hating the poor people. I am poor people.
I am poor people. I like that. I mean, I don't know what else to say that other than I don't know why people think that. I mean, like you said, you hit everything I had to say about that. It's their choice if they want to have a child or not, and other people shouldn't have to pay for that, whether that be, assistance or the employer.
I'm sorry, I just saw Slickery Trigger just said the same exact thing in the chat room. He said, "I am poor people." We must have been we're on the same brainwave. That's funny.
I had nothing to add, really, so that's fine.
I'm sorry.
I agree.
It's just like
you derailed the poll train.
The personal responsibility seems to be the biggest issue. It comes in with the feminists saying that women aren't getting paid the same, which in most studies, that's a complete myth. That's proven not to be true. I mean, if you look at the amount of work and the amount of time, the amount of hours and all of that, it's just a complete myth. And it happens on the same things. It happens on all kinds of things with welfare, all of this stuff. You can look at most of it, and it comes down to personal responsibility and personal choices that people make. If you choose to get a degree in women's studies rather than go to be an engineer, you can't whine about not getting paid the same thing as an engineer. I mean, that's just how it is.
Amen, sister. I'm lost.
It's really
Let's take a short break so I can go pull the hashtags and then come back and do that.
Okay.
Can you believe the show's almost over already? Wow.
Sounds cool.
Amazing how time flies.
Whoop, whoop.
The way that we're feeling, we gone by this evening. But all I wanna do today is wear my favorite shades and get stoned. Work a little less.
We will never fully understand what we've asked of our military service members or their families, asking them to put themselves in harm's way, to endure it all. But we do understand that it's our turn, our duty, to keep them secure for the rest of their lives. Wounded Warrior Project long-term support programs help our most severely ill or injured veterans live independently, at no cost, for life, so that they might stand at ease. Join us at findwwp.org.
I smoke 2 joints at night. I smoke 2 joints in the afternoon. It makes me feel alright. I smoke 2 joints in time of peace and 2 in time of war.
Angie, we're back. Angie.
Yay.
Oh, I thought you didn't realize I was going to that short of a break. So.
Oh no, I was just sitting here. I was drinking some water and eating a brownie.
Ah, yeah. See. You were prepared for the show.
I really wasn't eating. It was a gluten-free brownie.
Oh, yeah. Pot's gluten-free, right? I mean, that's something that you can
I would
enjoy.
think so. I don't know. I've never really looked into it, but yeah, I would think so.
Can you smoke glutens? Are you able to smoke glutens?
I don't even know what that means, but I would say no. I don't know what that means to smoke a gluten.
Yeah, I don't know either. Okay, so let's just kind of give the background on the hashtag real quick because we're pressed for time, and poor Daniel, I don't want to make him wait anymore. We chose next Ben Affleck movie. Ben Affleck apparently wrote whatever the guy's name was and said, "Hey, they were doing the ancestry thing on PBS where they look into their heritage, and he had ancestors that apparently owned slaves, and he didn't want them to be brought up on the show. Now, they didn't really bring them up on the show from what I understand because he actually had a relative that was more interesting from the Revolutionary War that was into the occult stuff, which did seem kind of cool. But, my thought on this whole Ben Affleck trying to censor his history thing because somebody owned slaves, let's just do the math for a second, Angie. I know I'm not good at doing radio shows. I'm not good at doing other things, but I'm pretty good at math. So if you just take say over 25 years, right? There's a different generation. So I don't know what year Ben Affleck was born, but let's just say in 1960. So to get back to 1860 when slavery was legal, that was 4 generations, right? So
yeah,
right. So with each family, each time you go back a generation, so he has 2 parents, he has 4 grandparents, he has 8 great grandparents, right? So he has 16 great grandparents. So let's go back, you go back to 1700s, take it back 2 more. So now we're looking at 64 people. So in your heritage, you've got just in your great grandparents, you've got 64 people that could potentially own slaves. I mean, I'd say the odds are kind of high that, oh my God, I've never even met this person. I may have found their name on one of these crazy websites, but that's my point. I just realized I'm rambling on.
That's a good point. I liked it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous that he's trying to say, oh, I don't want people to know that about me when he had nothing to do with it. So the white guilt
it's ridiculous.
is with him.
And if somebody else had been on this show, I don't know, pick a conservative famous person
they've been all over it. They would have found every one of them. He's got 64 great grandparents, and 63 of them own slaves.
Yeah,
one of them
it would just be insane. It would be insane. They would just be going nuts about it. And heaven forbid if that person had asked them to cut it. Please don't run that. We want you to cut that out. They would be like, heck no. We're not only going to run it, we're going to use that as the advertisement for it.
Absolutely. Okay, we got 5 minutes to read through these, and unfortunately we put 12 on here, so
okay.
You start.
All right. The Morning Spew, Roots 2, White Privilege.
Rotten Scoundrel, all quiet on the slave trading front.
Paul Kinkle, I know what your family did 2 centuries ago.
Chobs _ Ellie, it's a wonderful lie.
Oh, nice. At Chicago Sean, enslaving Sarah Marshall.
Yeah, I like that one. Liberty Bell, Carla, she's always on here, and there's good reason for that. When Harry owned Sally.
Oh, that was a good one. Okay, Winter Girl, 93. She's always on here, too. Lizzie Lou. 4 lynchings and a funeral.
It's going to be hard to pick these. JD Sun 78. It takes a plantation.
Nice. That's a pretty good one. At Mushcat, Grand Wizard of Oz.
Evelina Blue, My Big Fat White Guilt.
Oh, that was pretty good. Okay, and Pastor Frisbee, My Family Tree is Pulp Fiction.
Small Brown Ring, Good Slave Hunting.
I think that was my last one.
Yeah, it was your last one. You started. That's how it works.
Oh, okay.
Wow, we went through this really quick.
Yeah,
now we got time to kill.
Well, who do we had to pick a winner? Who do you want to win?
I don't know. It's hard.
I liked When Harry Owned Sally. That was pretty good. And I know what your family did 2 centuries ago. And I like My Family Tree is Pulp Fiction. Because, the tree is pulp. And there's fiction. That one's pretty good. I had to say I like that on many levels.
I like Enslaving Sarah Marshall.
I like that one, too. That one's pretty good, too. All right, I'll vote for that one. I'll go for that one.
It was one of your
Chicago
tweets. I
Sean?
hope you would. Yeah, Chicago Sean.
Okay, Sean, you won. Woo! You get to say you don't really win anything. It's not really that good a prize to win. We just say, hey,
it's bragging rights, and then when you tell people, they're gonna be like, who? What? What's this show you're talking about?
Yeah, it's not even bragging rights. It's hey, you know what? You were mentioned on a show that nobody hardly listens to.
And it starts 45 minutes late.
Pull over. Remember, man, I got some hash. Oh yeah.
Nice. Exactly. All right. Well, let's get off of here so that Daniel can start. Daniel, we're sorry for taking up 15 minutes of your time, 12 minutes of your time, I guess. You can find us. I'm on Twitter at @artist_Angie. And we're on Facebook /Real Serious Nonsense /Polititainment. Make sure you hit our website, it's polititainment.net. We have a lot of stuff on there. There's stuff you can buy. There's lots of articles. All of the podcasts are there. If you haven't called us before, it's all kinds of fun stuff. And you can find Poll at Pointless Poll. He's on Twitter. And well, actually, he's not on Twitter very much. He kind of sucks at Twitter lately. So you guys should kind of
voluntarily. I tweeted today.
Well, I'm proud of you for that, but you really should be on there more. So you guys harass him and say, "Get on Twitter more often, Poll. You kind of suck at it lately." And make sure that you find us every Monday. We usually are supposed to start at 9 when our producer doesn't get high. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. Catch us later.
You got a joint or anything?
I'm sitting in my chair, watching the TV. It's not even on, but there's plenty for me to see. I just let some crazy ass that my friend overnight mailed to me. I'm fucking wasted. It's the best shit I ever tasted.
Before we get this podcast started, we want to let you in on a little something. If you shop on Amazon like, I don't know, everybody, instead of going straight to Amazon.com to do your shopping, do your friends at Polititainment a favor. You see, Polititainment.net is an Amazon partner. So here's what that means if you want to shop on Amazon. Instead of going to Amazon.com directly, go to Polititainment.net. You'll see an Amazon banner at the top of the page. You click on that banner, and it takes you to Amazon. You buy stuff like always, but a portion of everything you buy goes to Polititainment. Shop on Amazon and help us grow at the same time. Again, just go to Polititainment.net and click on the Amazon banner at the top of the page. Now, enjoy the show. Hey everybody, this is Jason, host of According to Me. I'd like to invite you to check out my show. It's a 2-hour show that lasts 60 minutes in...
Listen, I hate to interrupt, but one thing I can do is read off a script. Just say, let me be clear a lot. It works.
President Obama, I can handle this. It's a radio promo. I'm not green. I've done this before.
Did someone say green?
Now, Al Gore is here. Listen, I'm just trying to record a radio promo. Do you mind?
Now, do you say good things about me on the show?
No, not at all. But if it makes you feel any better, I rip on Republicans just as much.
The AM radio frequencies give off very high levels of radiation.
Look, my show is on the internet, which you invented. Can I just do my promo?
I got a pen. I can veto that, you know.
I know you got a pen. It's not a law. It's a radio promo. Listen, just listen to my show. Barack Obama and Al Gore hate it, so you're going to love it.
Here's an executive order. Don't listen to his show. He doesn't like me. He's racist. And he doesn't recycle either.
That's it. I'm done. It's According to Me, Wednesdays, 10 p.m. Eastern, right here on K98 Talk.
One shot, baby, there you go again. 2 shots and I think you know again. 3 shots come, you might find your daddy gone. 1 shot, baby, there you go again. 2 shots and I think you know again. 3 shots come, you might...
Unapologetically Bunny, I am your host, the Bunny, on a new mic. Here is a god. You know, okay, I gotta tell you, when the mic dies right before you get on the air, it is not a good thing. Okay, it is not a good thing at all. But we are here live tonight, and I am doing this completely without a script. I feel a little bit like I'm on the tightrope and I don't have a net. But I thought, you know, it's been a long time since we've done a show where we bring in callers. And so since it's tax day, what a good day to talk to people live on the air. It's been like a year since I did this. I used to do this all the time on other stations and during the other shows, and it was a lot of fun.
I just want to give her a heads up. So you said you were Destiny?
There was actually one time when we had a lefty show call in, and there were 3 guys on that show, and they decided that they were going to call me and get in my space, and they didn't realize I had a mute button, and I had all kinds of fun things to deal with them on the mute button. And so we killed them on the show, and then we had a funeral for them the next week. And they called during the funeral, too. That kind of pissed them off that we buried them. But that's what we do here. We bury people because it's funny, and we mock people who don't like us because we're conservatives and we're evil.
Give me just a second.
Or
You'll
something
hear a
like
little
that,
bit of noise
right?
while I'm working here, and then you should actually start being able to hear the show.
So, what I'm going to do is I have Rick is being good enough to actually sit back and take your calls as they come through, and then I will talk to you one at a time. Bear with me. I will get to as many of you as I can. And then, yeah, hey, Rick, people are saying you need to mute yourself. They can hear you talking in the chat room. So, hey, there we go. Okay, no, I'm looking down, and I've got Destiny on the line from California. Destiny, are you there? Can we patch her through? I don't think she's there. I'm not sure I'm here. Can you guys hear me in the chat? Oh, I hear something. I hear something moving. Okay, well, you know what? We're going to just keep talking until we can patch her through. Destiny, I know you're on the line. Please stay put. It was Destiny. I see you in the chat. To tell you the truth, when we were talking about doing this originally, I figured that what I would do is I'd talk about Hillary Clinton if nobody called, because I can bitch about Hillary for an hour. But I have Destiny. Destiny, are you there?
Yeah, hi. How you doing?
I'm good, Destiny. How are you?
Well, I saw you on Twitter, and you announced your show, and I've seen it, come up in a few times, and so I thought this time I would call in and see what you talk about.
Well, I'm really glad you called. Now, you're calling from California?
Yep, Los Angeles, California.
Los Angeles, California. And you say you're on Twitter. What is your handle on Twitter?
Destiny and Bruce.
Destiny and Bruce. Okay, now, is it just Destiny, or is Bruce with you as well?
It says Destiny and Bruce. Which one you want to know for both here? Yeah. Bruce, say hi.
Hi, Bruce. Good to hear you, too.
Yeah.
So, basically what this is we're doing a town hall. The president did one today where he took questions about all kinds of stuff, and not that I'm as influential or boring as the president, but I thought it'd be fun to do something kind of like a town hall. Is there something specific you want to talk about, or did you just call because it was fun to call?
Well, I do want to ask people if they know about the overpasses and the protests that we've been doing out on the streets. Has anybody passed them, seen them, know about them? We've been out there for years now. Started in San Diego, California, on an overpass close to Legoland, Carlsbad, off the 405. And it's got impeach Obama and all kinds of signs. And we're just wondering, people always say, there's nothing I can do. I don't know what to do. And then get on the street corner with a sign. It only takes one person or two, one to take a picture of you.
I'm very familiar with, I know there's several groups doing different things on the overpasses. I know in Wisconsin they did a ton of it during the recall for Walker. What is your message that you're putting on your overpasses?
Well, it's impeach Obama. That's what our message is. Because people have to know that the guy is really, really bad. And that's where a lot of people go out there and say he has to be impeached. If there's not a lot of people standing on a corner with the same information, it looks like we're loony. It looks like, hey, got one rogue person, a couple rogue people. But if you go onto a website, he's on Facebook too. It's called Coalition to Impeach Obama. I don't know if you know the new station. It's called One America News. We've been on there. I've been on there. It's Graham Ledger on his show. I think it's 5 o'clock Pacific time, and so at 5 o'clock, Graham Ledger comes on and he does an hour show and he throws in the overpass people, and it's every first Saturday of every month. And if you go on to Coalition to Impeach Obama, you'll see tons of people all over the United States. And some overpasses and some street corners have a lot of people.
It's interesting that you bring it up because a lot of people do feel like there's things they can't do. I had Sabo on my show a long time ago, and Sabo is a street artist. You probably be in California, in the Los Angeles area. You may be familiar with him. But what he said and what he encouraged people to do is get out into their communities and make some noise, whether it's making a poster of Ted Cruz with a cigarette hanging out of his mouth or if it's doing something on the overpass. I think you bring up a really smart point in that we have the ability to get out there and make a difference even when we don't think we do.
Well, it feels good, if you find I was on an overpass in Hollywood on Highland Avenue. That was not a good area to be in. A lot of flip off, a lot of go to hell, a lot of angry faces with fists. If you get into a friendlier area, usually it's in Orange County, like San Diego, for example, you get a lot of positive honks and waves, and you feel good. You feel like, okay, I'm out here with my people where they know what I know, and then you get to meet other people and you become friends with them.
I think that's really a great point, and that, as we get closer to the election next year and as our candidates start announcing and as their candidates start announcing, how important it is that we work together to show some kind of unity. We don't always have to agree on every point, because if we did agree on every point, we wouldn't be conservatives, we'd be liberals, because, the whole groupthink thing. But I think when we work together and do great things, we can really make a difference. I'm in a very red state. I'm in Wyoming, and nobody flips me off when I say impeach Obama here. California, you are really putting yourself out there. That says a lot about what you guys are doing. And you've been doing it how long?
Well, I have to tell you, if you get a couple of people out there, get a picture of yourself, you send it to Roger Ogden at Coalition to impeach Obama, he'll put you up on the site, and he sends them all to Graham Ledger, that's his name, Graham Ledger, at One American News, and he sometimes will pick you and put you up on the show, a picture of you, while he talks about the impeach Obama movement. And I think that more people that get out there and do that in different places, then you could see that it's all, it's a lot of people, it's all over the United States is what I was going to say. And that's what we really need to show. Even if it's one person holding up one sign, saying impeach Obama. That's it.
And I think it says a lot that you guys are willing to even, get out there and get flipped off and deal with people who don't want to look at you just to get your message out there. So I think that's really great. Destiny, I'm so glad you called in. Tell Bruce I said hi as well. And I'm going to move on unless you have something else you wanted to add.
Okay, thank you so much. Good luck on your show. And if we could keep listening, that would be great.
Oh, absolutely. We'd love for you to listen. You can listen on K98Talk.com, and there's a chat room for you to hang out if you want to. There's a bunch of people in the chat. Go hang out with them. There were some crazy people in the chat, but they're worth talking to. I'm so glad you called in from California. It was good talking to you.
Okay, good luck, honey.
Thanks. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, bye now.
And you know what? What's interesting is a long time ago, I did bring on a different group who did the overpass piece, and they were doing the impeach Obama. They did a really big one out in Wisconsin when Governor Walker was being recalled. He actually beat the Democrats 3 times in 4 years because of that recall. But it's interesting that she brings that up, because I think a lot of what's happening is we're getting so focused on Hillary and we're getting focused on all these other pieces going on that the impeach Obama movement really is kind of a backbone for a lot of what is being said in conservative circles. And I think that's really exciting. And I love that they're doing it in California. That's what was so fun about Wisconsin. Wisconsin is like this blue state with this red uprising happening. And so they were out there on these overpasses being threatened and being attacked by, the tolerant left. And so to hear about that from California is really cool. So I'm glad Destiny called in. The number to call in, folks, is 408-681-8255. If you're a fan or a foe, I want to hear from you tonight. This is the one chance you have, guys, to chit-chat with the Rabbit Live. So I'll be taking your calls. And right now what we're going to do is I want to talk a little bit about, now, I did put some time aside just for myself. I know it's all about me. But I want to talk a little bit about Hillary Clinton. I did actually invite Hillary to come talk tonight. I gave her the number, that 408-681-8255 number. And gee, you know what? She didn't take me up on it. But got to talk about her just a little bit. And the whole Rubio thing. Because if I don't talk about them a little bit, I'll feel like I didn't do my job this week. Hillary, we all knew she was going to announce, guys. Nobody's surprised that she announced. Nobody went, oh, I never thought she'd want to run for president again. There was no shock in what she did. And, all day, was it Sunday? Yeah, must have been Sunday, because I was really wondering why she would announce on a Sunday. But all day we're waiting for this announcement. I know a lot of us were waiting because we wanted to make fun of her. But we were waiting for the announcement. And she finally comes out, and what I notice about her, besides the hilarious logo that I know we all made fun of for hours and hours and days, actually, even, was she looked like this grandma. Did anybody else notice how puffy and wrinkly and old she's letting herself look? Now, when she tried this must have been 9 years ago now? When she first decided she was going to run for president, do you guys remember how slick she was, how stylized she was? She looked like a powerhouse. She was way younger looking. And I look back at the photos of her during the primary with Obama, and I look at the photos of her now. Wow, she's gone from Hillary Clinton ball-busting politician to grandma who wants to be president. Have you guys noticed this looking at her? And it might just be that the evil in her soul is finally sucking her vitality out of her and she's, going to become what she really is. Or someone has told her that the granny thing is going to work for her this time. That being the powerful woman who looks like she's going to take control is not going to get her elected. That, in fact, she needs to be the puffy grandma type to get elected. And I tell you what, I don't believe it one bit. And it's really funny to hear her talk about, she's going on the road because, that's so original. She's going on the road to see everyday Americans because everyday Americans, she wants to be your champion. Yeah, your champion. That's a funny word for someone like her, isn't it? Someone who doesn't answer the phone at 3 a.m. is no damn champion, but she wants to be your champion. And she looks like grandma. And she's in the heartland. She's in Iowa. They're talking about how they have all these photo ops. They're actually not really happening, but they're bringing in people to happen. Some of the jokes out there about her staring at people and sucking their souls to her eyes. I think one of them was from Bill O'Keefe. He said that she was staring away someone's fertility. I don't see how she can really be a front runner for them. And it's interesting because her supporters, wow, they are really thin-skinned compared to the Obama supporters. And I'm not trying to be nice to the trolls, but I'm telling you what, some of these Obama people, they are fearless. They are dastardly. They don't even care. You cannot hurt their feelings. The Hillary people, boy, it takes nothing. And the problem with the Hillary people is they're young women. Most of them are young women who think you should vote for Hillary if you're a woman just because you're a woman. And it's really hard to have those discussions with those women, those young girls who seem to think Hillary is going to be president. Yeah, it's sad. I'm going to take a short break. And when I come back, we're going to take more calls from the hotline at 408-681-8255. I will be right back after this break. Stay put.
Oh, ain't that America? You and me, ain't that America? Something to see, baby, ain't that America? Home of the free, yeah.
We will never fully understand what we've asked of our military service members or their families, asking them to put themselves in harm's way, to endure it all. But we do understand that it's our turn, our duty, to keep them secure for the rest of their lives. Wounded Warrior Project long-term support programs help our most severely ill or injured veterans live independently, at no cost, for life, so that they might stand at ease. Join us at findwwp.org.
And we're back from break. We're actually working on some technical things, guys. It sounds like we are having issues with the phone number. We're having issues taking several calls at once, and so give us just a minute, folks, of you who've been trying to call in. I apologize for the delay. We got to take one at a time, so we're going to try that and see how it works out. I see you in the chat saying it's not working. Tell him to keep trying, he says. Okay, keep trying. The number is good. Just too many of you are trying to call at once, which is wonderful. Thank you for trying to call all at once. But we can't take you all at once. Damn technical difficulties. I tell you what. Because if you could figure out how to take conferencing calls in all at once, we could all hang out together. Wouldn't that be something else? Yeah. So we're going to try and take you guys one at a time. If we can't get you in, you'll just have to listen to me blather on for a little bit until we figure it out. But that's the good thing about being a woman, is because even if I don't have anything to say, I can talk for 45 minutes because that's what we do. We were talking a little bit about Hillary. And wait, hold on. Grouch, are you on the line?
I'm with you.
What are you doing there, Grouch?
Well, I had a message. I'm looking at the chat room, and I see Daniel stirring up some stuff about Bill Clinton. And I just wanted to let everybody know that I still did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Stop. You cannot do Bill Clinton on my phone, right? No. Grouch, did you realize that you've been sitting on this line with me the entire time?
Well, yeah, I knew I was. Yeah.
Well, what do you want to talk about? I had no idea. The reason people are getting booted is I've kept you on the line and I didn't know you were there. I'm telling you what. It is excitement here on the Bunny Show, Grouch. What should we talk about?
No, it's great. Yeah, let's talk about Hillary because I got problems with her too. I know you couldn't stay for my show, but
unknown caller. To add this caller to your current call,
her whole
press 5.
candidacy is
To
just
accept,
so
press 1.
deflating.
To send a voicemail,
I mean, the
press
only
2.
thing that she's accomplished in her life was being graced with the right chromosomes to be a woman that could make her possibly be the first female president.
It's her turn.
And that's her only achievement in this world.
It's her turn. Don't you know that? Woman has a vagina, so it's her turn. That is the rule of Hillary.
Well, yeah. I mean, she definitely feels owed. There's no doubt about that. Entitled, owed, whatever you want to call it. But that's her. And it's just sickening because
if you
she
ask
has
any
nothing
Hillary supporter,
of a record.
here's how you shut them down. You say, why are you voting for her? Well, it's her turn. But what of her policies do you support? Well, it's her turn and she's brilliant. I don't care if she's smart. Why are you voting for her?
Okay. I sent the caller to voicemail. Goodbye.
Do you hear the woman talking? Please tell me you hear her. Please tell me I'm not hearing voices.
Funny.
It's been one of those days, man. Tell me you're not hearing voices. Okay. So Hillary, how do we shut it down?
How do we shut it down? We approach this with a solid candidate that's willing to put Americans first and set their personal agendas aside, and give people not. I don't want to say hope, but they need to be able to see a road that they can travel down and know that it's a good road. They don't need to be promised something blindly like the 55 million idiots that voted for Obama did.
Well, the problem is certain words have been ruined forever, so you can't say you give people hope because hope goes into the whole feeling that is that fancy marketing campaign. You take away change because you can't say that. You can't say fair. I hate the word deserve now. Thank you, equal pay day. That damn word. I feel like we've lost so many words because they are ruining them.
And, we can also mock her campaign logo too, the Preparation H logo.
I haven't heard that one yet. Preparation H.
Preparation H 2016, baby.
Well, Grouch, I have
available in suppository form.
No, I don't want to think about her suppositories, dude. I haven't had enough to drink for that. Grouch, I got someone else on the line. I'm going to need you to hang up so I can take another call.
I'm going to go away. Have a great show. I'm going to grab some dinner and tune right back in.
That was fun. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, Sam. Bye.
Bye. Hello, caller. Are you there? We don't know who
hello,
you are
Bunny.
because we're having technical difficulties bringing you in. So we're going to fly on the blind and just take your call. Who is this?
Well, is this me you're talking to?
I think it's me. Who's me? Depends on who me is.
Well,
and
me.
Where me is
You'll
calling from.
know me as Harry the Tech 76 on Twitter.
Hey, how are you?
It's great to hear your voice.
It is great to hear your voice, my friend. So are you calling with any specific topic tonight, or did you just want to see if we could break all the call-ins coming in?
Well, I figured I'd play it by ear, wing it as it was. Did happen to come in the middle of your discussion regarding Hillary, and I guess I just want to interject my 2 cents. I'm a relative newcomer to the political game, as it were, as very much as new as I am to Twitter.
Run
but I
away
have
while you
learned
still
quite
can, Harry. Run away.
Oh boy, I'm a sucker for punishment. I'm a 911 paramedic, as you know, and I'm still swinging at that as well. One thing I have discovered, having recently gotten involved in this, is I think as a country we're starting to wake up again. We've gotten a little complacent with ourselves, and we've kind of fallen into this rut. And I'm starting to see more and more outrage, not just towards the Democratic Party in general, but towards the liberal policies, but just where we suddenly found ourselves. And as far as shutting down Hillary, I'm not sure that it needs a whole lot of help. I think it's only got a time before it collapses under its own weight.
Right. Well, she doesn't seem to have much to really run on. And I think she's starting behind the 8 ball, to be cliche, but everything that you actually can talk about with Hillary is bad shit. It's not
Call
like you're
from
like,
unknown
oh my gosh,
caller.
Hillary
To
was
add this
awesome
caller
and she
to your
did this
current
great
call,
thing.
press 5. To
There's a
accept,
woman
press
that'll talk
1.
every
To
once
send
in
a
a while. Just
voicemail,
ignore
press
her,
2.
Harry. She's an annoying bitch.
I'm
But
sorry.
I have no idea what just happened.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail. I'm sorry. I didn't catch that.
The woman is talking. But, the problem with Hillary is she's never really done anything positive for this country. If you really think about who she is, can you name one thing she has done that we're better off that she did it? Uh-oh. Did we lose Harry? Uh-oh, I think we lost Harry. Is someone there?
Hey, hang on, Bunny.
Okay, well, I'll just hang on here. I can talk to myself and pretend Harry is on the other end of the line. That was Harry. He's an EMT, guys. He is new to politics, apparently.
Are you there?
I think he ran away.
Okay, some reason we're having some difficulty getting more than one caller in at a time. I've noticed you've been trying repeatedly, so give me a second. Let me get you conferenced over there.
If you can hear Rick, we're having problem conferencing in too many of you at once. So please bear with us. We're having technical difficulties here on Unapologetically Bunny. Hell, it wouldn't be my show if things were going completely well. I'd be completely confused. We did talk a little bit about, as we wait for the next caller who's trying to get through. Thank you, caller, for doing that. We actually normally do our top 10 douchebags of the week at this time. And I didn't take an official list this week because I wanted to spend time talking to you guys. That being said, since we were having technical difficulties with phone calls, we're going to play the top 10 douchebags by ear. Yeah, I think that will work really well because it's easy to talk about people who piss us off, and there's plenty of them out there who are douchebags. Normally, I take the nominations from you guys, but I think this week we'll just play it by ear with the douchebags, and we'll take them one at a time until we get the callers patched through. So this will be Bunny's top 10 douchebags. So it's a little more personal to me this week because, it's all about me. The top 10 douchebags for me, I have to talk about Hillary. And, of course, Hillary, I guess we can call her number 10 because she is a douchebag. And we were talking about Hillary with Harry and the things that Hillary has done that are bad. What's fascinating to me was that there was a tag out there, and the tag was, why I'm not voting for Hillary. And I took the tag because I'm that way. And what I did with the tag is I said, because I'm a wife, because I'm a mom, because I'm a woman, because I'm American, that's why I'm not voting for Hillary. This enraged a lot of women. It did not enrage any men, believe it or not, although a lot of men were calling me a man this week, but we'll get to that later. Women were not pleased with me by going that route. Women felt that I was being disrespectful to Hillary, which I find ironic considering how disrespectful she has been to the country. So Hillary Clinton, in your new campaign, welcome to the top 10 douchebags of the week at number 10. At number 9 are feminist men. feminist men, guys, you know, I think they're worse than feminists. And that says a lot because feminists suck. And, you know, there are good feminists. Please don't get in my grill about women. And, because, you know, traditional feminists really are about equality. They really are about women being in the right place in society and having everything that they need. And we're there in America, right? Women really have it great in our country. I'm talking about the hyenas who want to blame men for everything wrong on the planet. So they suck. You know who sucks more are feminist men. And they're douchebags at number 9. Feminist men this week have spent a lot of time telling me that they think I'm a man because the whole equal pay thing came out. I don't know if you guys saw it was Equal Pay Day. I don't know where the hell they come up with these holidays or whatever, but it was Equal Pay Day. And so all these women were out there shaking their bra straps at the world saying, we deserve equal pay. Now, we all know the equal pay thing is bullshit and a myth. We all know it doesn't really exist. But this whole tag was about, hey, women are not being paid. You know, it's like an employer looks at someone and says, okay, you're a chick, so I'm going to pay you less, right? This is the whole notion behind equal pay. That there's some evil, rich, white guy, and it has to be an evil, rich, white guy because that's their agenda. He's out there saying, don't pay women the same because they're women, we'll pay them less. So supposedly this exists, right? I'm out there saying this is bullshit because that's who I am. I'm out there saying this is ridiculous that women have to believe that they're getting paid less because they have boobs. All of these feminist men got up in my face. One guy's like, there's no way you're a woman talking that way about wanting to be oppressed. And I'm like, how am I being oppressed by saying I don't believe this exists? Another one was like, you stupid bitch, men are oppressing you. And I'm like, you're a dude. What did you just say? And then, of course, my favorite was calling me a parody because, you know, only a parody woman would say the things I'm saying. So supposedly I'm some dude behind the account, right? I thought about inviting some of my Polititainment friends on, you know, Clay or Paul or Daniel, to come on and be me, but be a guy, just so I could say, okay, you guys were right, I'm a dude. I don't do a man's voice very well either. I'm a little too feminine, so it didn't work out for me. But you guys, you feminist men, at number 9, you are douchebags. Oh, I think we have someone on the line. Is somebody there? Did we hang him
Yes.
up? Yes. Hi, yes.
Hello?
Who's this? Hello?
Hey, Bunny.
Hey.
It's Flickery Trigger.
Hey, how are you?
I'm fine as frogs here. How are you?
You know, I'm winging it, my friend. So I'm doing actually pretty good, considering I can just talk about whatever I want for the whole hour, unless you people can get through. It's working out really good. So what are you up to?
Oh, nothing, about 5'6". Out here in the shop making some Kydex holsters. But
what are you making?
Holsters, pistol holsters.
Oh, nice. Yeah, you're 5'6"?
5'6" and 3/4. Don't forget the 3/4.
The 3/4 matters. I'm only giving you shit because all day today, people are like, well, Bunny, I thought you were short. And I'm like, I'm freaking Amazon. There's nothing short about me. So I'm giving you flack for that. Do you have an opinion on Hillary Clinton? Do you have something to say about my favorite woman?
And you know what? Hillary Clinton has, I call her Hillary. She has a long and illustrious career.
Call from unknown caller. To add this caller to your current call, press 5. To accept, press 1. To send the voicemail, press 2.
There you go.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2. Okay, I sent the caller to voicemail. Goodbye.
Hello.
You're still there. We didn't lose you. Yay. Last time
No.
she came in and she hung up.
I'm hard to get rid of.
Good. So go ahead. Tell me about Hillary.
Okay, so like, let's see, the first boondoggle that she had was in during the Watergate investigation. She got fired for doing the same crap that she's doing now.
Yeah, well, she's never changed, and nobody holds her accountable. They don't hold her accountable.
Yeah,
it's like for whatever reason, our party. You can fart wrong in our party, and we will crucify you. Their party, they protect them. She could kick a puppy on television, and she'd still get away with that shit.
Yeah, I know. How many people have to die around her before somebody starts questioning maybe it's her, you know?
but people who question her, they go away. They don't exist anymore. There are people just kind of disappearing. Have you noticed? Like that $6 billion that just kind of disappeared, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. But there's no consequences. When you're a Democrat, there are no consequences. You can be a piece of shit and still run for office as a Democrat. That is just how it goes with them.
You know, but I still have a hard time getting my head wrapped around how even a Democrat could support someone like that. I mean, that woman is just pure evil.
Oh, she's Satan. I mean, and it's funny because a lot of liberals have called me Satan. They think, I'm the devil, whatever. I'm also a dude. But no, I think she is really evil. And that's why I was talking about the granny thing. It's really spooky because they're trying to make her sweet and demure, and she's just evil. You can see it, right?
Yeah, it is. I firmly believe that she was the snake in the Garden of Eden. I mean, that's a theory. I'll have to prove it someday, but...
She's awfully old. It's possible, dude. She was hanging around in the garden. She decided to run in politics. She got bored. That was also another tag there. She is getting destroyed in social media. I don't understand why Democrats are even trying to run her. I don't get it.
I don't get it either. I don't understand why she decided to launch her campaign in social media.
Well, she's trying to be hip, dude. She's trying to connect, man, because that's how it works now. Oh, that reminds me, and this is a totally different subject, but I gotta ask you. Okay, Rubio announced on Monday, right?
Yeah.
Did you see he has a Team Marco Twitter thing? Have you looked at their feed? Oh my God.
Oh, is it bad?
This is the feed. Oh my God. OMG, guys. 1,000 follows in 5 minutes. Sweet. That is how they're tweeting as a campaign account. Are you kidding me?
Oh, man.
It's, Doc, thanks for following Team Marco. It's so bad.
Team Marco. Man, and I thought I was lame.
No, you're not. That's lame. And it's fine. I get it. They need to be on social media. They need to be out there connecting with us that way. But we need the young people. I understand, but they're not fucking stupid. Don't talk to them like they're fucking stupid. It drives me nuts.
Exactly. They need to quit following the stereotype.
It's so bad. It's so bad. We're in so much trouble. Although I will tell you.
Oh, yeah.
Watching Rand speak last week, it's like he said all the things I wanted him to say. What are your thoughts on Rand?
I don't like his foreign policy.
He mentioned, he did say that his foreign policy is evolving. No, I don't know if that means
okay. So's the Democrats.
Okay, now I need to do this. Where do people find you? Now, you're out on social media, and I know you do your own YouTube thing. Where do they find you?
Okay, in social media, it's at Slickery Trigger, and on YouTube, it is Liberty Road Training or Liberty Road Defensive Pistol Training. Nice. Punch in one of those. DPT, Liberty Road DPT. You'll find me.
You'll find you. And then you're out, of course, on Twitter causing trouble, and that's also a good thing. I can only take one caller at a time, clearly, because the evil woman comes on. So I'm going to try and cut you off. I'm not trying to be rude. If I don't do that, I'm not going to be able to take anybody else on. So, my friend, I'm so glad you got through. I'm so glad the evil woman didn't hang you up. And I will talk to you soon in social media.
Okay. Take it easy, Bunny.
I will. You take care.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, my gosh. I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't have called that woman an evil bitch, but every time I talk to someone else tries to call in, and she starts talking to them like, it's her show. Who does she think she is, right? Right? It's a Bunny show. So we can only take one call at a time. So we're going to work on it that way. And in the meantime, before one of you tries to call in again, I'm going to go ahead and go on with my top 10 douchebags. The line is open now, so if you want to get in, now's the time. We were at number 9 with douchebag feminist men. At number 8, let's see, who should we put there this week? I'm going to put Team Marco at number 8 because they are talking to people like they're absolute idiots. I understand this, and we were talking about this a little bit. I understand that we need to be able to connect to young people. I understand that the conservative message is a little boring, and it's no fun to talk about personal responsibility. I mean, especially when you're, a college kid. You don't want to hear about, well, you need to get a job and pay your way, dummy. You don't want to hear that. But we don't need to talk down to them either. The notion of, yo, sweet, and all these little happy faces and flags and crap, all these emojis. You're running a professional campaign, folks. Act like it. Please. And Marco isn't even up on my, he's like the bottom of my pool at this point. I would probably support him if he won the nod. I'll give you that. I would support him over Jab any day. But that campaign team has got to get its shit together. They cannot be talking to people like that. They cannot be shaking their little jazz fingers, because that's not what conservatives are going to relate to. Even young conservatives are not going to relate to that. So at number 8, we'll put Team Marco. At numbers, someone's trying to call in. I hear it, and I don't think the woman's hanging them up. Is somebody there?
Hello, it's Harry again.
Harry, you got the call back. I'm sorry that evil woman hung up on you.
That's okay. I'm a little used to evil women in my life.
I think it goes with the whole XX chromosome thing. I think that's what we do, is we're naturally just evil. So we were interrupted by the evil woman. We were talking about an evil woman. We were talking about Hillary. I'm actually a little more interested in you talking about, you said you were new to the political field, and that what got you involved?
Well, to be brutally honest, it all basically started with the Sandy Hook shooting, and kind of seeing the following involved in that. I mean, I've always been a Second Amendment rights supporter, but kind of casually. It's always like, well, someday I'll get a gun. That'd be fun to do, blah, 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 blah. I never really gave it much more thought than that until I saw that happen. Now, of course, I'm old enough to remember seeing the Hollywood bank robbery live on TV. I'm old enough to remember the Columbine shooting and thinking, well, those are horrible things.
Right.
It didn't really click until that occurred. And I thought, you know what? If people value their lives so much, why are they defenseless? Why are they cooped up in this area where all it's protecting is a sign? And I quickly saw the political backlash following that. And I think, we got to tighten up our laws. We've got to make sure that the guns don't fall into the wrong hands. And here I'm thinking, this guy murdered his mother and stole her guns. There's no law on the books that would have stopped him.
No.
What good are more laws going to do? And I actually saw this as a threat to not only the Second Amendment, but the rights in general. Now, as I mentioned before, I'm a 911 paramedic, and 8 years on the job. And one of the things I've seen firsthand is what happens to defenseless people. One of the very first calls I ran was to an 85-year-old woman who, during a home invasion by 4 men in their 20s, was beaten so bad that both her hips were shattered.
Oh, no.
And left for dead. We found her 4 days later, sitting in a pool of her own urine, which had turned to ammonia and had started eating at her skin.
Oh, no.
And it got me thinking about the elderly, the disabled, the young, the people who don't stand a chance in a physical confrontation. And the rule of nature is the strong prey upon the weak. And a tool, a gun, being unnatural negates this rule. So those things started to click when I saw that legislation being proposed, and I thought, I have to get a gun.
Yeah.
So I went down, purchased a Glock 19. It was intended to be my home defense and my concealed carry, like an idiot. I figured it like his tattoo would be my first and only. And 8 guns later, that's not the case. Well,
they're kind of like potato chips. You can't have one, man. That's not how it works.
Absolutely. So I just learned as much as I could, not only about the legislation, but the progress all the way back to the Brady Bill, and before that, the testimony of Dr. Susanna Huck. And it just dawned on me more and more that these so-called laws, they do nothing to prevent crime. They only burden the law-abiding. And the more I studied about it, the more I realized not only was the Second Amendment written that way, but the entire Constitution was written that way by a series of visionaries who realized, by and large, the average person can manage his own affairs. He'll mind his business, or he'll mind her business, and leave everyone else well alone. If you get those few people who won't, you equip the majority to keep that in check.
Well, you
That's
know,
where the
I
phrase
think,
an
and
armed
you bring
force.
up a good point about, because the founding fathers were visionaries, and they were reacting to an overreaching giant government that wanted to tell them how to worship, how to live. They wanted to take their money, and they thought, this is bullshit, is what basically happened. You know, they fought because they were being taxed too high on tea. You know, so, I mean, you think about who those people were. The Constitution is a beautiful document. It is all about being responsible and being free. And what's interesting is when you talk to the left about being free, they're always like negative Nellies. Well, if you let this happen, bad shit's going to happen. And I'm always like, freedom is scary, but it's worth it, right?
Exactly.
And they figured that out.
Well, a ship is safest in port, but that's not what it's built for.
I love that. Were you the one who sent that to me? Because someone was
think I
sending
did.
that. Was that you?
I think it's so, yes. I mean, I think it was GOP Mommy that said, follow at your own risk.
Ah, that's right. Good old Jalen. She had to have it in there too, didn't she? Yeah, you know, it's a really good point, and I love the fact that well, I don't love the fact that you reacted to a horrible situation that you had to go through. I feel horrible for that woman, but at the same time, you understand that there is a responsibility to protect yourself. It's not, you know, it's not really, oh, you should. It's really your responsibility. It's not even about,
exactly.
You know, it's something you're supposed to do. That is what they envisioned.
My life is my responsibility, no one else's. I owe no one anything, and no one owes me anything. I have 2 working arms, 2 working legs, and a working brain.
Well,
Following that, I can make everything else fall into place.
Don't you understand?
I'm not so sure about the brain
part.
part.
Is supposed to take care of everything you need and do everything for you. Come on, that's not the popular thing right now.
Well, that's the direction we've been going, continuously voting left. That we have this idea that there are people smarter than us who are qualified to tell us how to live.
But they think that, and I think this is something that's indicative of the left, is they have so little faith in human beings at all that they believe they have to tell us what to think, what to do, how to live, because otherwise we'll screw up. I really feel like they're the parents in the pool. I always use this analogy that the conservatives are the dad, and they just kind of toss the kid in the pool and say, you know, swim, swim. The mother's like, oh, the water's cold, and oh, you need your floppies, and oh my God, don't do this, and oh, you ate already, come out of the water. It's a totally different dynamic when you look at conservatives and you look at liberals. The mommy's going to make sure they don't get hurt in the water, and the conservatives like, you know, sink or swim, damn it, let's go.
Yeah, and they seem to plan on it. They seem to say, well, this is going to happen, and we're going to be here to bail you out. And it's the same thing with affordable health care, for instance. You know, I'll tell you what, being involved in the emergency medicine system, it has really, I don't know if I can say the F word or not, but...
You can say fuck, go ahead.
It has really screwed us up because it just feeds into this degree of entitlement and this idea that, well, there's someone smarter than I am telling me how to live, so I can just go ahead and make whatever stupid decision I want because they're going to bail me out. Now, and I have been accused of being insensitive. I have been accused of not having any degree of empathy, and I can tell you as a paramedic that it is my job to care for my patients. It is not my job to care about them. That is a conscious choice I make on my own. A lot of the things that they inflict upon themselves, diabetes, obesity, heart attack, stroke, and such, it is tragic, yes. But I'm not the one who shoved fast food down their throat and forced them not to exercise for 50 years.
But I also think at the same time, and I will tell you this, and then I have to let you go because I have to try and take one more caller. When I first got out of high school, I thought I was going to do the EMT thing. I decided I was going to be an EMT because I wanted to save people, and I had this, you know, this desire to save people. Then I realized people die. And then I realized young children die and old people die, and I couldn't deal with what you deal with. I wanted to drive the ambulance really fast. I wanted to do all that shit, you know, that you think is so awesome. But then you don't realize that little kids get killed in car accidents, and you don't think about that. And so for me, I couldn't do it. So I have a lot of respect for what you do because I went through the training and I went, no way, I can't do this. So it says a lot about you as a person that you can do that. So I hope you know that.
I greatly appreciate it, and I have a lot of respect for what you do as well.
Well, I just have a big mouth, but I appreciate
I'll go ahead
that.
And create your line.
I'm really glad you
What's
called
that?
back, Harry.
I'm glad I was able to get through, Bunny. It was great to hear your voice, and keep fighting a good fight.
Thanks, Harry. Bye.
All right, take care.
You too.
Bye-bye.
I'm so glad Harry called back. You know what? I was going to take breaks, and I'm probably not going to get through the whole top 10 douchebags. I will give a 7 out to Harry Reid. Thank you out in the chat room, Harry Reid at number 7. Harry got all upset this week because people have been saying the mob beat him up. He said conservatives don't like him as a person, and we're like, duh. And it's not just conservatives who don't like Harry as a person. It's all people who don't like Harry because Harry sucks. He's also a boy chaser, but we didn't say that out loud on the show. And I might want to do a disclaimer on this show, Rick, that, my views are not your views. Speaking of my views, not your views. Guys, I'm so bad at this, and Rick has been good enough to remind me. If you get a chance, please go visit us on Polititainment.net. There's a little banner up there, and if you like to shop Amazon, guess what? If you click the banner and you go shop Amazon through our site, you put some money in our pockets. Oh, my God, I finally did it. They're going to be so excited I remembered to do that. So I did that. Thank you, Rick, for the reminder. At number 6 on the douchebag list, who else should we put on the list this week while we wait for this next call to come through? I know who I'll put on this list. I'm going to put on the list Michelle Obama because I can. Not for any particular reason, just because it's funny. Actually, I saw a quote of hers. She said something, it was about women's rights or something, and she was talking about, what was it she said? Oh, that women are never paid what they're worth because they're women, or something along that line. It was actually a quote of her saying that, supporting the whole wage gap thing. And the reason they're doing this, guys, the reason they're pulling in the wage gap, the reason they're pulling in women's rights is that they're trying to give Hillary something to run on. This is not about a reality in our country right now. Notice they're not talking about what's going on in the Middle East or about the damn ISIS camp that's 8 miles south of us in Mexico. Did you guys see that shit? Fine. Number 5 is ISIS and their camp across the line in Mexico. Are you kidding me? 8 miles within our border. If W is president, guess what? We go 8 miles over that border and we fry those bastards. We don't go, oh, gee, that's really bad that they're so close to the country. Number 5 is ISIS across the border in Mexico. 8 miles from our border, guys. Think about that.